Read it again.
This is the world's first reusable cotton swab. Remove up to 10 times more earwax. Latest studies show that traditional cotton swabs are not good for this. There is even a box telling you not. Not all disasters are alike. They can be viewed on a spectrum, from the simplest accident to a major disaster.
No, you're not.
I wish you were.
Well, now He's going to do the feedback thing.
But I don't see anything.
Baby stress. Did I know okay today? Always have a little one.
I got it well.
Huh?
I got it really well.
I never know what to say. They're always so serious.
I know.
Hey, I should know him.
His last name is, oh, why can't I think of it right now? He works for,
We're going live with the thing. Loud.
let me think.
Yeah, dude.
It'll pop up.
And then that other girl that's
You might
That's Courtney Parker. Works for Bank of Commerce. She worked there for years, then she moved to Cheyenne for a while. Now she's back.
Oh, I know.
She married
But I can't.
McNeese, John
Can't kind
McNeese.
of figure out the girl.
And we had a case of one that we won't take.
A couple meetings a year. Just so you know, I'm going by that clock up there. I'm gonna wait until 6 at least. We're missing a couple of city council members, and so I'm gonna give them a little extra time to get here because I want them to be here.
They're all not parking.
Hey, Daryl. Good. How are you?
Well, we can do it over here, bring the chair back.
You know, I was ready to go with the guy and help him a little bit until his last week. And he takes away from that. Yeah, I think that's justified. So, well, I guess we can get started. Let's see here. I don't even have my computer open. What am I doing? We'll call the work session to order at 6 o'clock. Tonight's work session is to talk about the urban deer discussion. And I think I will turn the floor over to the Urban Deer Committee. If you would like to.
Well, we had sent you a letter late last week because we're kind of at a standstill. We don't really have consensus as to what direction that we want to go now. Since the Rollins Police Department is no longer going to do the culling of the deer, we kind of got to a part of we need to know the direction that the council wants to continue before we start looking at other kinds of options. We had put together a list of options of about 9 or 10, 11, I don't know. About 8 or 9, everything from take them all to take none, and a lot of stuff in between. And so we had talked about that, and then we came to kind of a standstill of where we wanted to head from there, and that's why we need a little bit of direction from the council of, do you want to pursue the cull? Are we done with the cull? What's kind of where we're at? And that's kind of our question to you, and information that we can provide of other options or any questions that you have.
After reading that and listening to you, it seems to me it comes down to 2 questions. One is, do we want to continue? The second one is how. So I think I'm just going to look at my fellow counselors and ask, you know, how do you feel about it? I want to continue it. How do you feel?
I do too.
Daryl?
I want to continue, just with a different approach to it.
Sure. Well, now so that answers your question. We would like to continue. And so I guess the next step is deciding how and what method, and I have looked into it, and there's a resolution out there that would need to be changed and some other things. I don't know what all will need to be changed. Maybe you know.
Do you want to share some of these, or I don't know, what does the committee think now?
May I just have them tell us what their 10 ideas are?
Sure.
Just talk to us.
I think it's on board docs too.
Yeah, but it's, gotta hear them tell us.
Sure.
I don't think we shared with you all of our potential management alternatives. Did we share that, Myra? The options, I don't think so. Because we thought that they were kind of so big, we wanted to see where we were headed before we did that. Taking the police department out of some of those options definitely narrows the field down, but I think I'm going to let Chris talk to you about some of this stuff, and then we'll go over the options. Because we figured all of the options meet some of these.
So like Diane said, we had put together, brainstormed some management alternatives that ran the whole gamut from no population management, none are taken lethally, to take every single one, kill every deer in town, because those are true alternatives that need to be talked about. And then everything in between. I would like to talk about, I guess, common to everything we talked about is to continue to manage citizen interaction with the urban deer through educational outreach and the enforcement of either existing deer feeding ordinances or the potential revision of deer feeding ordinances, wildlife interaction ordinances. So no matter what the committee or the council decides, we feel that those are all, those are no-brainers, that should continue to happen. What we had done is like I said, if we spelled out the management decision, the tool that would be used, and then we looked at potential positives and negatives. And there's positives and negatives to every alternative. So, I can go through all of them if you would like. Starting right out, no management of population. The tool for that would be none. We would not manage the population within town. The positive impacts we looked at, no deer are getting killed. It avoids the negative publicity. There's no cost to the city. There's no liability risk. There's no public safety risk. And the potential negative impacts, again, are its risk avoidance. We want to point out that the deer herd will not be managed and the population will continue to grow. So that is something that I try to push pretty hard in my job. The no action alternative, it's not a no consequence alternative. There are consequences to not taking any action. So, we need to be aware of that and point that out. The deer population is going to continue to grow in town. There's going to be continued safety hazard to the citizens, vehicle collisions, whatnot, damage to private and public property, and you're going to have a continued concentration of deer in the city limits. And I don't want to get too deep into it because I'm not an expert, but there are issues like disease transmission that goes with that. And the other negative impact is it does not address the issue that was identified. So, well, in addition to that, it ignores, the previous 3 years of successful, effective management. It throws away the investment of funds and labor and resources. And it also does not utilize the wildlife resource. Currently, we're utilizing these deer. We take them, and the ones that are fit to be eaten, that are disease-free, they go to the citizens that use them for meat. So, anyway.
And the hides Tom gives to an Indian reservation, and so those hides are used by those guys to help educate their youth and have leather for projects and things.
So,
The other option, we'll go back and forth
if you want.
Okay. I got ready. So that's a no management. The other side of that would be management. We're taking them all, and of course that was not identified as the intent of the committee, was not to take all of the deer, but that certainly is an option, and then that negates any kind of problems that we would have with the deer. But that wasn't the intent at the beginning of the committee. But we went from both sides, all the way to the middle. That is going to be, identified as a risk because we would be using a lethal coal in town. But as we get to the other ones, we kind of can mitigate those risks. It would be a high one-time and potential annual or high one-time cost to get rid of them all, but then that would need to continue, because if you get rid of them all and then some more come in, then the situation just starts again. It would have to be a removal of all deer, and then any deer that were to come into town after that, then it would be more on a little bit smaller scale. We would have some limits to the utilization of the resources for that. That's going to be a lot of processing, a lot of cost if we were going to process that, or those kinds of things can change, and we'll talk about those later. That might be less cost to the city, and distribute the meat in a little bit different way. So there's our no option, and then all option. We have a lot in between.
Yeah. So we've got those two out of the way.
Those are the good news.
So the current procedure, what we're doing now, continued lethal control with the plan as we've done it for the last 3 years, which is removing a portion of the population on an annual basis through Chapter 56 take permit. You know, it manages the population. It's held at a manageable level. It's decreased safety hazard, but it still remains. There's still going to be deer in town. I don't.
Oh, and then we talked about, you know, continuing it that way, but the deer's behavior has changed. And so it is more difficult to find the deer in places that are deemed safe by all. And so we had talked about doing some baiting and possibly finding some safer areas to bait the deer into so that we could control that liability risk. And we certainly understand, you know, the risk to the public and the risk to the officers, the risk to the city as far as liability goes, and we certainly don't take any of this lightly. But you can mitigate a lot of that risk by the bait. And we looked at, you know, there's $100 baits and there's $1,000 bait program or machine and anywhere in between. And if we had 2 or 3 places that maybe we could put those and bait the deer into a safer area and manage them that way and be able to take them at certain locations at certain times of day. And we have been doing this at night, and there's not saying that we can't do it during the day if we have safe locations that are, you know, away from the public places that people are going to be.
The bottom line with that is you're concentrating them in a safe area or a safer area.
Safer.
So you're managing the risk. You're putting them in there. We've heard it's loud and clear from the officers that are doing the actual culling that they are not comfortable
Continuing
driving
where we are
around town and trying to find deer that are in a quote unquote safe area to shoot and doing it. And that's come through loud and clear to us. So the idea is, how do we manage that risk? How do we mitigate it? How do we manage the safety risk? How do we manage the risk, the liability risk to the officers, to the police department, to the city of Rollins, should something negative occur from this? And that's what we're mostly looking at with these alternatives in between the 2 extremes. How do we manage that risk? This is about risk management.
We talked to a lot of different communities that are still using the 56 permit and kind of got ideas from them. One of them is to allow certain kinds of hunting within city limits. That does go against one of the city ordinances. And I think as a committee, can I speak for committee? We were real fond of that idea, right?
There's a lot of drawbacks that would go along with that. I don't know that other communities are a lot less urban than we are. And so doing it right next door, you know, that's 10 yards from your neighbor's house as opposed to or someplace where you're 100 yards from your neighbor's house. It's a little different situation to try to do, you know, let hunters do it inside city limits.
And a lot of those other places have the open fields and, you know, their town has more of a sprawl than what we do, and we don't have those open areas here.
Diana, did that include bow hunting inside the?
Yes.
Just bow hunting or both guns and?
How does that ordinance read? You need projectile or?
I think so. Isn't it the crossbow that was illegal in what the city ordinance?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I would mention too that, you know, one of the officers expressed that he was quite opposed to that alternative as well.
We heard, thank you.
There are hired cullers. Who does?
Contract.
Contract cull, what city does that?
It would be Sundance.
Sundance.
So a member of the sheriff's department in Sundance as a side job contract removes deer for the city of Sundance. And there's, I'm not sure the availability outside of that in Wyoming, but there are
places that do that, but you pay for their services.
You can pay $60 a deer was what he was charging in Sundance. To back east, they have these operations, and there's no doubt they're spending $100,000 plus a year. So.
The cities that we did talk to were not getting the numbers of deer that we are getting. We were definitely top of the list in the number of deer that we were culling here, and they were kind of surprised by that number. I think they would have liked to have gotten the number that we were getting.
That was another thing with the hunting, is the towns that I talked to, Sheridan does have hunting in city limits. They're a lot more wide open, a lot more ag land, but they're still culling because the hunting is just not keeping up with it. So there's still a lethal cull program in addition to allowing hunting in city limits.
A lot of people ask about non-lethal kinds of population control, and that would be sterilization or birth control for deer. And that is very difficult because you're still going to have to handle a deer if you were going to do any kind of sterilization, or even we'd have to find a way to mark the deer so that even if you were, say, shooting them with a tranquilizer dart, that dart has to be found. It cannot, then it creates a whole other kind of risk that you cannot leave the area until that dart is found. And then we still have to find a way to mark what deer got shot with the sterilization or with the fertilization, anti-fertilization things before, so you're not shooting the same deer all the time. And then that does negate being able to use the meat for the public consumption.
And the effectiveness is questionable in open systems with sterilization, with chemical sterilization. You can physically sterilize them, or you catch them and cut them, which opens up a whole another
Box of Band-Aids.
It's an option. I mean,
It is an
tried
option.
to throw all of these options
Cities
out
use
there.
Okay, we're listening, Diana.
Not one would be, I don't know, take a lot of manpower, pretty sharp knives. Whoops, sorry. And that's kind of, I think all of where we were at is, which, do we look at contract kind of culling? Do we find somebody else that will take on the responsibility of the 56 permit? And I'm not as knowledgeable about how that works. That it doesn't have to be the chief of police that manages that. And in some of the other cities, it was animal control officer. One of them was, I can't remember her title. One of them was the animal control officer, and another one was a lady that worked, for the city, and she just kind of managed all of that. It was other people that were doing the work, but she managed that part of it. So,
What are the guidelines there, Greg?
The Chapter 56 permit is basically issued to who the city of Rawlins wants to designate as being responsible. So I think if you contracted with somebody, there'd probably be no problem putting that in their name. The department wants to make sure that there is a person responsible who has to get the reports in, has to get the tissue samples in for the CWD testing, has to make sure that every animal's accounted for, so we go give it out and what went to the landfill and the dump. Basically, accountability, it's only with one person. But I don't think there's anything saying it has to be a county employee to do that.
I'll tell you where I'm at with it. I think that with everything that's going on, I would like to just hire a culler, a professional, an outfitter, a culler, somebody that can go out and actually do it day and night and get the full number of deer. And we have people like that here. I mean, that's where we live. I don't know how everybody else feels, but that would get the job done.
Mayor,
Yes.
let me just tell you where I'm at too, so that you can know what to take off the list. not that, I mean, if we all say this, I guess. I'm not for not doing anything because of the complaints we've had over the last 10 years of all the incidences that have happened. They may not be statistics in the police department, but they are statistics to us because we've heard about them. And I've known people and children who've been chased. I have 5 deer in my yard every once in a while, and I'm used to deer because I'm from a ranch, and I love deer. But I also know there's people out there that have begged me to do something with this, and that's why I voted the way I did the last time. And we went through this process. It took us a long time, as you recall. We had a lot of people voice both pro and con, but I think to take them all is not the right thing to do either because of the way the public feels.
Right.
And I respect their opinions on that. And so I didn't know, I think I'm hearing that sterilization is kind of off the table too. And I also think, I didn't know about using tranquilizers and then moving them to a safer place but that spoils the meat, I understand.
Well, that's not an option of.
Not anymore. Well, I mean, not relocating, but take them to a safe place and then terminating them. That was what I was thinking, but on the other, I know you won't relocate because you already did that to the Bighorn Basin and you don't want to put any more up there. So I think the only thing left really is to, like the mayor says, to look into doing somebody that will, or get a qualified person to call for us. Now, Greg, I want to ask you, can the city or the mayor sign the 56 permit, or does it have to be the person doing the calling?
Well, you should actually be asking her, because she has more to do with it. Sarah Dugan actually runs the permit, but as I understand it, there has to be one person who's been identified as receiving permit, like I said, for accountability at the department of who's responsible, who's going to be turning all these things in. But I think the mayor could say that we want this person, this contractor, to be the one individual. I don't think they would want a company. You wouldn't be able to, somebody forms an LLC, deer removal LLC, they wouldn't want to accept that because there isn't one person that the department come back to and say, okay, where are these samples? Where did these deer go to? They're looking at accountability of having one person on the permit.
Thank you.
Well, since this is a workshop, of course, we can't make a decision, but the one thing that I hope is clear is that we still want to proceed with this. And so if you can help us gather more information and maybe bring back a more solid plan now that you know what direction we're headed.
And that's what, it wasn't that we were trying to keep this away from you or anything, it was just a lot of information. And if we wanted to continue that way, then we can really look into and kind of fill in some of the details and options, and that's what we would bring to you at a later date. But we didn't know which direction to go.
Sure.
Also,
Didn't want to do all that work and then have it be
Exactly.
no, yeah, for sure, I get it.
yeah, Mayor, I would also like a list of all the equipment that we purchased for this program and have some accounting so we know what we've got.
Okay. I think that is probably under your jurisdiction because it was,
Do you have a list?
it was a special budget, I believe.
Yes.
For,
Yes, it was.
as a line item for you guys, for a certain amount, and I think we hit under it each time. And of course,
Yeah.
the biggest expense was the things at the beginning, the guns and the goggles and the ammo and the knives, and then it's just kind of incidental things, trash bags and tarps and rubber gloves and soap and bleach.
Sound like this was animals here.
We were pretty efficient at it.
Yeah.
I have a list of all that stuff and the cost, the initial cost of
Okay.
all that.
So anyway, to catch you up, Chris, we have taken an unofficial vote of whether we want to proceed with culling of the deer, and the decision was yes. We've asked the committee to come back to us with more information, more specific information on exactly how we're going to do that. Talked about hiring an outfitter or somebody like that. they're going to gather information on that method and get back to us, just so you know. I just wanted to catch him up, sorry.
Appreciate
And
it.
a lot of that is probably going to involve you guys and your attorney, as those agreements have to be made.
And we'll have to look at the ordinances too and make sure that if we need to change some of those, because I read that one resolution that formed this bunch, and with the no participation from the police department, that whole resolution is got to be redone totally. It's just one of those things. But those are all steps we'll have to take when you let us know.
The devil will be in the details, I think you're right.
Yeah.
We had thrown out some ideas about lethal control adjacent to yet outside of city limits, sort of.
You have a right to.
I think those are things that we can work out in the committee. But I know that, shooting center fire rifles inside the city limits
Is a risk.
yeah, so that's something that we want to work through. But, I think those details are what we need to work through. The biggest thing was just to see if you guys wanted to continue to manage the population.
Sure. Do you have any questions from us?
I don't know. I guess if we went a different route as far as the call, would the police department still be involved in the committee and listening to data keeping for us for that? Would that change the format of the committee? What would happen there?
Well, it's the council's committee, so it's up to them. Information needed by the committee could still be provided upon request. So,
because these were the data points we were using, reported incidences with deer, aggressive deer, and that part of the report you guys will see later. It's the same that we have done each year, kind of outside of this. But I guess that was the question I had: is the committee makeup going to change as a result of that, or what?
I would imagine it would. Reading that resolution, I'm sure it would. Because it is heavily, that committee is got several RPD folks on that committee, and where they don't want to be any part of it, they should not be on that committee.
Though, Mayor, it involves a safety issue too. And I think I'd like to at least have one person from the police department on this for coordination purposes.
I think that would be
Probably would be pretty.
that would make me feel a little more comfortable, because there is going to be some coordination with safety and knowing when it's happening, where it's happening. So if there are reports or, it just needs to, I think that would be a good thing.
It was just when I was reading through that resolution, the whole resolution's wrong. Do you know what I mean? It's going to have to be almost day one, because it's just not structured right at all, which how it's going to be, I don't know. And representation could be from all different corners, but the composition I read just didn't seem like it would work. So maybe you'll look at it and feel differently. So we'll wait to hear what you think.
Also, Mayor, I'd like our city attorney to find the ordinance that prohibits people from feeding deer, and also prohibits us or people from shooting within the community, so that we can revamp those and take a look at them. Because I think that's really important.
Councilman Weisenberg?
Yeah, I just want to say, sorry for being late for one, but I do want to see this program continued. I'm in support of it. Management of anything is important, and this is getting out of control, and has been, and I think it's helped, to an extent. If we could cull more, the limit we have would even help even more, right? So that's my stance on it too, so that you guys know I'm in support of continuation of this. So, but I want to ask a question though: is who's in control, or who is in possession of the equipment that was purchased? Is that equipment in possession from a police department, or is it the committee's possession?
Well, it's at the police department.
It belongs to the city.
It belongs to the city.
It belongs to the city. It belongs for, its purpose is solely for the culling of the deer,
It
right?
was bought from that line item budget, yes.
Exactly, and I have those expenditures, so I'm just gonna come out and say, if we're not culling through a police department, I wanna see that equipment put at City Hall in a safe where it can be accessed through the right people when we channel that.
Councilman Garner?
I was looking through the related calls per year. I see the number's gone down. It's a small amount. But the calls that I'm seeing that have gone up are collisions, injured, welfare checks, seem to be the more severe ones. Is the calling not working?
Well, I think our population has gone down.
Population is down, but your calls are up.
I think that's a pretty subjective question. I guess that's my politician's answer to that. You know, I wish I could give you a better one.
A lot of it is, who do you call? I've got an aggressive deer in my yard.
Right.
What do I do? I know that the Game and Fish are not going to be able to work with an aggressive deer because I just know that they handle things that are hurt or, you know, damaged or whatever. So it's kind of like, who do I report to? So a lot of those incidences may be happening, but there's nowhere to report because you know that there's just going to be there. And the people that are calling are probably having some more serious issues. I don't know. I don't know if that's a real. And when we started, a lot of the data was not uniformly coded or identified, however they do that. And so we tried to have that become a more unified way to do that, so all the officers are reporting the same kinds of things, so that our data is more consistent. But you know, that's 3 years of data is pretty minuscule data.
Right. And that, my next question was, if we don't eliminate all of the deer, do you think, what's the number we're trying to get to? What's the main goal of the call?
That's a good question, and it's something that we've revisited a lot because it is tough to define how many deer should be living in Rawlins, Wyoming, right? We've talked a little bit about this. You know, if Rawlins, Wyoming wasn't here, if this was just a patch of sagebrush, you wouldn't see 275 deer in this little 10 square mile section 365 days a year. You'd probably see quite a bit less than that. But with the town here, as far as the food that's out there, they're going to do just fine. So it's a social acceptance is what we're talking about, right? A social carrying capacity. And obviously we've got some people that would just be fine seeing 1,000 deer in town. And then we've got a lot of people that have spoke to me, believe me, that don't want to see a single one in town. So how do you make that call?
Would a zero tolerance for feeding deer and, you know, interacting with the deer policy be, would you think that would be more effective than calling?
I think that would be effective to dealing with interactions, but your population is going to continue to grow and grow and grow. They don't want to be up in the hills anymore.
Yeah.
Those are going to continue to have fallen.
Yeah. Sometimes 2 at a time.
I think that's one of the reasons why in the original plan that the committee brought forward, they didn't set a number. Because nobody could agree on how many is the right number for all and how many is tolerable. We instead set this goal of reducing these conflict calls that people would have. And when we get down to a point that we can live with it, then that's enough here. And
So
we have not gotten down there from what I can see.
Okay. If we were to use a dart, is that an option to use those?
No.
No.
The reason is, well, you go, Greg, the train.
Number one, there's no place to take them. We have chronic wasting disease in the area down. You know, we will not allow them to be taken out and released anywhere else because we could be taking out a diseased animal. So number one, there's no place to take them. Number two, it's terribly expensive. It's a whole lot cheaper to shoot them with a bullet than it is with a dart full of about $150 worth of drugs. Number three, every deer that we tranquilize the town because we had to take the wire off its antlers or get the tomato cage off of the ribs, gets a little silver ear tag in there saying, do not eat. Because you cannot consume an animal that's got those drugs in it. So at least for 30 to 40 days until it's gotten out of their system. So no, that's not going to happen.
We couldn't move them to another location to put them down after trade
Why would
treatment?
you want to? Why would you spend so much to put drugs in them, move them, then kill them, and then have a deer that can't be eaten? Or put them through all the stress of going someplace else? It's not, tranquilizing isn't like what you see on television. It's a traumatic thing for those deer. They know they've been hit, and it takes 5 to 10 or more minutes for them to go down. It's not a kind thing to do. It's just something that we have to do because it's necessary.
And I guess the reason I ask is it seems like a safer method than shooting a high-powered rifle in the city limits.
That part. may be
Provided you
safer.
can find your dart.
The drugs are the dangerous part
Yeah.
for the staff that is using it.
Right.
Well,
And the safe drugs are buku expensive.
Well, there is danger or risk to the people who use it. We've been trained, and that's a large part of the training is how to, handle these drugs so you don't get it on yourself. But you have to recover in the dark. I have paced up and down the rows of the cemetery trying to find one dart that hit the leg bone of the deer and bounced off instead of going in. Because if that dart did not eject its drugs, you do not want some kid finding that and shoot a friend when you're sticking somebody's pet.
Would you say
So
that's,
it's highly risk. It's a different risk than having a high-powered rifle going off and down, but it is certainly not safe.
okay? And I guess that was my question is, do you think it's safer than shooting a rifle in town?
Depends on the rifle. What I use when I have to put an animal down in town is a low-power 22. It doesn't always do it the first time, but I know that bullet is going to stop in that deer and it's not going to bounce out and hit somebody's house, or, car driving down the street. So it depends on what you use in town.
Okay.
I want to say, I think, he said the exact point that needed to be said with that too, is if we used a dart, right, you cannot consume that animal for 30 days. So when they cull the deer, it's an immediate process at that point in time to preserve the meat for the public, consumption, and you wouldn't be able to consume that meat at all. So some of the stuff we have in place within that culling benefits the community, and that would take that benefit away.
I'm going to change the page, turn the page here just a little bit. That resolution that authorizes all this, just so you know, to look into this, I'm talking to the attorney, sorry, is number 05A-2019. And that's the one that I was reading that talked about the structure and how it began and all that. And that's the resolution that will need to be changed.
And it's probably November.
That's one of the things that'll need to be
Should
changed.
be November 2018, I think,
This says 2019.
The
2019.
one that I have right now is from 2018, but I will look to see if there's one from 2019.
Okay.
I just want to thank the committee for taking a very contentious issue in our community and making it not easy, but reasonable and palatable to people who, we've got a balance now. We didn't have a balance before. And I also want to tell you, I went to the cemetery the other day, a little while back, earlier than, a couple of months ago, I guess. That's the other day. And I counted 23 animals, deer in the cemetery alone. And you could walk down there and they wouldn't move. Even if you shoot them or threw pebbles at them, and they wouldn't move. So they're just like, oh, who are you? So they're not afraid of people anymore in town. And I think that's the
a fear
issue.
for me. I worry about my kids at the bus stop, my school kids, my big kids are big, they can fend for themselves, but my school kids at bus stops, my track kids that are running. You know, we are an artificial environment for deer without a predator so far, except the coal. You know, that is the only thing in my mind personally that I see as balancing that out. You know, that's just kind of basic ecology, is the predator prey kind of follows, you know, and balances those things out, and we don't have that now. So we have to do something, I believe personally, to have some sort of management. You know, we wouldn't have a 56 permit if the state of Wyoming didn't think that it was a resource that we needed to manage. We just have to figure out a way to do it the safest that we can, with the best bang for the bang.
Play on words.
No pun intended, I'm sure.
That's why I said quiet, so we're sorry.
Yeah. Well, I do appreciate all your hard work and stuff. And I know it's a tough deal. It really is. Nels, you had something you wanted to say?
Mr. Mayor and Council, I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak. I appreciate your position on that this project needs to move forward, that we need to manage these deer in some fashion. I've testified to the City Council before that the natural resource management is tough. There's hard decisions that have to be made, and the longer you put it off, the decision is harder and it's uglier. So I encourage you to keep moving forward as you are right now. What I would like to share with you right now, I recognize is truly anecdotal evidence. I don't have any hard facts behind me, but I come from a position of dealing with natural resources my whole life. And currently I serve as president of the National Public Lands Council. We represent all the ranching community, anybody that grazes on federal lands. We represent them today. So these issues are right at the heart of my life right now. One of the things has been discussed today is the possibility of using sterilization on the animals, chemical sterilization. We don't have the hard facts yet finished yet. The studies are going on, but the preliminary results are showing that when it's chemical sterilization has been used on wild horses, it's been a failure. It's a short-term fix that ultimately ends up in synchronizing the females, and they end up having more foals at the end, and it compounds the problem because they're out of cycle. So they're having foals in the middle of winter, so we have the death loss on the foals is higher. But the bottom line is it does not address the population increase. It stays steady or increases with a negative connotation to the program. Personally, my wife and I, I'm a lifelong resident here. She got lucky and found me here at Katy, and but we, a few number of years ago, built a home in Happy Hollow. We put in landscaping that was guaranteed to be deer resistant. It was eco-friendly. It was a desert habitat, and the deer have decimated. We have lost several $1,000s worth of investment into our landscaping around our home. My wife has been visiting with people currently in the conversation with a number of people, trying to figure out how to take out what we have and come in with something different, because it's been a failure, and we just continue to lose trees. We're at the point now where we're losing pine trees because the birds are using them for rubbing posts to polish their horns. So I just encourage you to keep going down the path you're going on. There is no easy fix to this. The things that come up, you know, the chemical sterilization, all of those types of things, they sound really good, but science is not behind them yet. These are hard decisions, but the longer you wait, the tougher it's going to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Nels.
Thank you.
Debbie, in the back.
Councilman Weisenberg?
Yeah, I just want to talk real quick about Daryl. I wasn't here earlier. I don't know how far the conversation went, but there is ordinances not to feed the animals, and it's against state law, and it's illegal to feed wildlife anyways, right? So if we can, like that they do, so if we can do that and enforce that more, you know, and make it known that we're not going to stand for that. That could help with that situation and decrease some of those calls and stuff, in the future with aggressive animals like that. But I think the one thing we really need to consider is continuing, if we have to continue, bait them to a certain spot if we need to, and get it done the safest, quickest route possible, most humane way too.
Mr. Rupp, you had something?
Yes, Your Honor. I guess maybe I should probably have gotten some of this information by attending some of the meetings, but sometimes, I don't know if we're welcome or not.
You're always
But anyway,
welcome.
I heard a comment earlier that said that the police department was resistant to where they were shooting the deer. I would like to hear some more comment on that as to why, what's the deal?
So as the program has gone on, when we first started this, the deer were relatively easy to find in groups, and the officers were able to pull up, have a good backstop, and knock down 2, 3, 4 at a time. As time has gone on, in November, when we start the culling, they are starting to appear to get smarter, and they're more dispersed, and the officers are having a harder time finding cullable deer in a safe, appropriate area where there's backstop. And so they're working harder, and it's not, I wouldn't say that it's resistance to it. I think the officers are concerned because they're spread out more. They're concerned with public safety, with potential for a ricocheting round, go through someone's house, some other negative type thing, and they're also concerned with the liability that's involved, because they're the ones out doing the work, so they have their concerns. But the fact is, Rollins, we're not sure. We don't have a bunch of ag land in the middle of town. We don't have a bunch of creek bottom. We have, it's for Wyoming, Rollins is a relatively, I don't want to say dense, but we're kind of concentrated city limits here. We're concentrated between the railroad and then up against the other. So it's made it tougher and tougher for the officers, and there's more risk involved. And it's getting to the point for the officers doing the work that it's not acceptable.
So my question is, you're talking, and Diane, you made a comment about ricochets and stuff like that. Are these guys 100% accurate with their rifles? I mean, do they go through a program that shows you guys if they can shoot in a 1-inch circle at 50 yards? Because I don't think they shoot longer farther than 50 yards, do they?
They don't. From what I've seen, and I've only been out 1 or 2 nights with the officers when they're doing the actual shooting. It is extremely accurate, it is extremely professional, and it's extremely effective and efficient. They do, I can't say enough.
One shot and it's down.
One shot.
Absolutely.
Down,
One shot, and not even, it's more like head up and then head down. That's what I see.
So I guess I don't understand the concern that they have. I don't know, I just don't understand it. Having lived in Rome all my life and everything like that, why I do a lot of hunting and all of this kind of stuff, and I am very, very aware of where I shoot and everything like that to make sure that one shot and it's down, and I just don't understand the concern of the officers.
Some of it we changed. The first year that we did it, Chris and I went out on both of, did we go on all nights? Or just the first two? Just the first two, because we figured being a part of the committee, we wanted to see what, when you come to me and say, God, what happened? Or this is what I heard happened. If I'm, nope, I was there. Or yep, I was there, this happened. And so we were there, and we felt very comfortable about that. But we were also going out dark 30 at night. We started going out less dark 30 at night, and we don't want to wear our volunteers. It makes it very difficult for the officers as well as our volunteers if we're doing this at midnight to work until 2, 3 in the morning and then get up and go to the next day. So we did adjust that, and of course the deer's behavior has changed. We went out on nights where they weren't bedded down
where they normally bed down, where we had kind of access to them. So there was a lot of other factors, and a lot of places we just can't go. And the deer weren't located in those particular places.
So is the law that they cannot be shot on private land, that they have to be on city-owned property?
It's the same as the law anywhere in Wyoming.
You have to have landowner
trespass
permission.
the law.
Okay.
And we have talked about getting agreements with landowners that would be in kind of those safer, larger kinds of areas, and we just didn't continue to pursue that. That would be something, that we want to take a look at as other options. But that would take a lot of other agreements, because we can't trespass on, I can't trespass on you, you can't trespass on me. And that kind of thing. So we have to have some written agreements, and that's going to just take some time and to work those out too.
Okay.
The other cities have some of those kinds of things in place. They're very willing to share all of their documents with us. It was very supportive. All of the people that we talked to were like, yeah, this is what we do, and how do you do it? It was really kind of some interesting conversations, but each town has its own specific problems and specific needs, and that was kind of what our stumbling block was, is we're just kind of dense with short, narrow areas to shoot. But the officers that were there, having watched them feet on the ground, were incredibly professional and dead-eye on.
Okay.
You'd just be surprised how tough it is to find a safe spot. I mean, you look around the deer and drive around town, you can't swing a dead cat in this town without it. But when you want to go in that initial top one,
They're not there.
they're not there. There's structures, vehicles, people. And it is just very tough to find a good, safe place where there's protection. I mean, we see a lot of deer down ball just by the high school, right? Sounds like a good spot. Harmon County School District number 1 does not necessarily want people shooting deer on campus.
On school district property.
So,
I mean, there's places that would be incredible that we can get to.
Okay. So that does go back to the fact that we have an ordinance on the books. It says that you can't feed them, but we all know that there are people in the community that feed them. Why isn't this being enforced?
Try catching them. I don't mean to be funny, but try catching the people like the time they're doing it.
So the city was to introduce a new ordinance that rewarded feeding and prohibition.
One of my best friends feeds her. She's no longer there, but her whole yard is full.
Okay, so we write the ordinance then? Okay. Thank you very much, Sean.
Debbie, you had something in the back?
Well, I did, but I can say diddle, 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 because that's not what I was going to say.
All right, thank you. Nels, you had something?
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to weigh into the discussion here earlier. We offered our properties up in Happy Hollow as a place that could be used to harvest some deer. We have a huge backstop behind us, nobody around. And then in our conversations privately, we speculate that maybe we need to talk to our neighbors and everything and get their permission too. We're not sure. We know where the property boundaries are, but there's some unanswered questions there. But that offer still stands. We have a good backstop. We have a lot of deer. Thankfully, not as many as we used to have prior to when you started the program, but we're still there. And I would like to take just a second and address Mr. Hyatt's statements that the Game and Fish Commission won't accept an LLC. I suspect legal research will tell me right or wrong that that's incorrect. Being a member of multiple LLCs, it's a legal entity, that there's a definite path to who's responsible for what, but it's a legal avenue to have liability insurance and all the various things that are needed to conduct business. And I suspect that's what you're going to find when you're here. You don't have to have an individual. An LLC with proper insurance, I suspect will qualify. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Weisenberg, you had a question? Oh, yes. Yes.
We kind of scratched the surface of that question when I was getting familiar with all of this. And our chapter 56 kind of go-to guide in Cheyenne specify that he wanted like a designee's name on it, but I can, just for the sake of conversation, look that back up, just so when we go to revisit this, give a clear answer.
Thank you,
Good, thank you.
I just got a quick question for the committee. Is it legal, or do we have permission from the state to coal on their property here also? As in like I know like the old pin is a joint powers board deal, but there's state property right around there that could possibly be effective too.
We haven't pursued that as yet.
I'd like to see that pursued also, to see if they would allow us to do that, because it's within city limits, obviously, and would fall in that. But if we could pursue that a little bit, it'd be great.
We're going to go for just a few more minutes. Councilman Smith?
Did we bait this year?
We did not.
We did the 2 previous years?
We did not.
Did not, okay. There wasn't a need to.
There was discussion of baiting, but because of the way the 56 permit, I couldn't go put the bait out because I'm not, I can't.
It's one
I
of
volunteer,
your
but I
ordinances.
can't. It's an
And
ordinance.
I think it's maybe the one you're discussing from 2018 that says that baiting can be used because it is allowed under chapter 56, but your ordinance specified that it basically had to be a law enforcement officer.
Oh.
And so that narrowed it down.
Yeah, so we had found things that we were going to use to bait with, and we had those resources, and we didn't have the people that were able to do that.
Okay.
And some of the other options are going to cost more than, I mean, we're running with volunteers, and this program could not have worked with our volunteers. And they got a minimal gift from the city, and a lot of fun while we were there, and a lot of talk and cold and coffee.
We have an animal control budget, so I think we'll be good. Debbie?
I lied about not talking, sorry.
I didn't want to call on you either, but nothing.
I did want to say thank you, committee, for keeping on going on this, and I've been attending a few meetings just because I was afraid it was going to stop, and I sat my dog with me, and I bring him around with me, and all my information I had when I went to the council in 2008, so I'm glad that it's still going on that track. I do appreciate that, and thanks for all you guys' hard work.
All right. If there's nothing else at this time, I will recess this workshop.
Thank you guys for your
Thank you.
work.
Thank you.
Okay.
something we should have all kinds of freedom. Even though that's all said, I don't know. Absolutely.
Well, just claim it myself.
Nothing to do with what's real or what kind of thing.
I work for the state.
I promise not to get over this.
What's the current? Can I talk to you for just 2 seconds? So when the booster first came out, I said if you want to check it out, it's 30 days. So now I'm giving it too long. Then they do have to start it all over. So I got to the first part of it. So I just go for that, no big deal, or do I have to?
Yeah, just like that.
Okay. That's still currently understood, and this may just be every 6 months or whatever. I get it.
Yeah, exactly. And
As of right now, that's still the current.
No, I don't.
And that was.
That's true. That's 100% true. Don't be watching this over here, okay? Nothing?
We got a few more minutes to go. I'm not going to start the meeting until 7:30. Just I don't want to have people show up and not, and us be going already. So we've got 3.5 minutes.
It's a bad night to have a meeting.
Why?
Wyoming's playing.
Oh.
They could put it on one of the screens.
I'm just curious why they aren't.
Myra, which screen will be the game on?
Will be the what?
The game.
Oh.
What screen is the Wyoming game on?
Just get us out of here coming up, right? And we'll do that.
Do you see the agenda?
We'll breeze through it.
Okay. Let's see. I
just hate to start early.
Would like to see what the score is right now.
What was your bet? I said 12:30.
Yeah.
12:10. Yours? Hmm?
1:30.
What? You say that too? I got 12:10.
12:10.
Mine is 12:15.
Hey, I'm trying to outsmart the computer. I'm failing miserably.
Mine's 12:15.
I got 12:10.
Oh, Linda, you don't want 11:15?
I can speed her up.
I'm just going, every time we go high, it's real short.
Yeah,
So
I appreciate that.
I'm trying to be a team player.
I appreciate you losing on it, on that end, to be a team player.
Close.
Do a flash.
Terry, there'll be 2 corrections to do.
Okay. I think Linda knows about them too,
Does
but
she know about the other one?
I don't know.
Question. I'm never listening until that last one. So, March.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just I know that the council session.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh, yeah. I wasn't here. Which is what the.
I like it right there.
That's too long ago.
Hold on, I can tell you. Because we got.
They gotta be.
7.
Do you have both of those, Linda? You'll make that.
Okay, so these are the two.
I think you should.
How's that, Angie?
I like it when you can see them in the video.
Right?
Okay.
Is that what it was, March 8th meeting?
What was I doing? Was it the crunching?
Is that what it is? March 8th meeting? Was the special meeting? Okay.
All right, 7:30 has arrived. I'll call this meeting to order. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Next thing on our agenda is roll call, please.
Okay, Mayor Terry Whiteham,
Here.
Vice Mayor Jacqueline Wells,
Here.
Councilmember Aaron Durst,
Here.
Councilmember Darrell Gardner,
Here.
Councilmember Jabari Martinez, Councilmember Linda Smith,
Here.
Councilmember Chris Weisenberg,
Here.
Thank you. The next thing on our agenda is to approve the agenda. Councilman Smith?
Yes, I move that we approve the agenda with the following deletions. Under new business, item F and item G.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the agenda with the exception of removing items F and item G. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, please open online voting.
online voting is open.
Oh, man. I'll vote yay and log in for the third time.
Oh, yay.
Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, we're on minutes, right? The next thing on our agenda is to approve the minutes. Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to approve the City Council regular meeting minutes of March 1st, 2022 as presented.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the City Council regular meeting minutes of March 1st, 2022 as presented. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 5 yeas and 1 abstain. Councilmember Gardner abstained. All the others were yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is I will open a public hearing. This is the second reading and waiving the reading, the ordinance amending title number 6-12-050, adoption fees for dogs and cats. Is there anybody that would like to speak to this during this open hearing? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. And I will open a second public hearing, which is a resolution amending the fiscal year 2021-2022 budget to reflect unanticipated expenses and revenue. Is there anybody that would like to speak to that? Seeing none, I will close that public hearing. The next thing on our agenda is citizens' participation. This is a time when we allow citizens to and encourage citizens to get up and talk to us about whatever they want to. I want it to be something that's not presently on the agenda. And I want to forewarn you that sometimes we have citizens get up and talk about things. We do not immediately respond back because sometimes we have to do our own research or whatever. So if you happen to be somebody that's speaking to us and we don't respond back, don't think we haven't heard you. It's just we don't want to make comments off the cuff and without doing our research. So is there anybody at this time that would like to come forward and talk to the council? Seeing none, we will move on. The next thing on our agenda is Parks and Rec committee appointments. Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to I'm sorry. that was weird. I move to appoint Anna. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to Rothleutner. Is that how you say that? I've never actually said it out loud. To the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee for a term ending December 31st, 2025.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to appoint. I'm sorry, I cannot find these names.
They're down. They're down in the background.
I can't find it. Just what is the name? I'm sorry.
Anna Rothleutner.
There's been a motion made and seconded to appoint Anna Rothleutner. Jeez, I thought Wycombe was bad. To the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee for a term ending December 31st, 2025. Is there any discussion?
I have one question. It also mentions Abby Perry. Is she also here tonight?
We have to do two different
ones.
motions.
Well, one's okay, it's not, well, it's young adult and adults, okay.
Any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas.
Thank you. Next thing on our agenda is the same thing, okay? Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to appoint Abby Perry to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee for a term ending December 31st, 2025.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to appoint Abby Perry to the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee for a term ending December 31st, 2025. Is there any discussion? Councilman Weisenberg?
I just, maybe a legal question, because she does a lot for grants and stuff for the city. Is there gonna be a conflict and stuff like that? I don't believe there would be, but.
Not in my opinion, Mayor.
I see none. Okay. Any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas.
Excuse me, thank you. Is Madison Williams here? I would ask for somebody to table this. Councilman Smith?
I move that we table item 6B.
Just point of order. Do we table or do we, what was the other word?
Well, we can make a motion and then defeat the motion, could we not, Mayor?
To explain what's going on here, this young lady applied for the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee Board, and I don't want to disqualify her. I'd like to just table it and see if we can get a hold of her, because Myra has not been able to. There's been some wrong phone number or something to that effect. So that's why I was asking to table it.
I was just, traditionally we postpone as a table, that's why.
Well-
I'm sorry, you saying postpone?
Either one would be fine. Would you like to change your motion?
I'm fine, postpone.
Okay.
Either one's fine.
I would second.
Okay. There's been a motion made to postpone the let's see, what number is it? Gosh darn.
6B.
6B, I'm sorry. Item 6B till a later date. Thank you. Next thing on our, that's right.
He wants to win the pool.
Please open online voting. I'm sorry.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas.
All right, thank you. Next thing on our agenda is city council reports. I'm the representative for Carbon County Council of Governments, and I have nothing to report. We do have a meeting tomorrow night in Hannah, so at the next meeting I will report on that. The next thing is the Board of Adjustments. Councilman Durst.
I have nothing new to report. I know that there was talk of a joint meeting between the Board of Adjustments and the Planning and Zoning, but I don't think that's been finalized yet. When and if it does, I'm sure we'll say something.
Okay, thank you. Next thing is DDA Main Street, Councilman Smith.
Yes, thank you. The Innovation Center, or RTAC, is hosting a business development training through DDA, and it's on March 28th and 29th. And it starts Monday at 5:30 to 7:30, and then Tuesday the 29th, 7:30 to 9:30. And there's a flyer here on the table if anybody wants to hand those out to any business person or anybody that wants to come take that training. It would be great. Call DDA or Main Street at 307-328-2099. It's a great program. We are also still working with art around downtown, and it's the banners where we're creating. It's called the Creative Hands Community Art Banners Program, and we want people to go to downtownrollins.org for information. The submissions are due April 4th to the DDA office, and basically what we're asking people to do is to submit drawings that we can use for banners, and basically tell us what Rollins is special, what's special about Rollins, and we'll judge them. Anyway, continuing to work with business at the Innovation Center, and also we're in full swing with planning for the Summer Fest, which will be July 8th and 9th. With that, thank you.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is the Rollins Planning Commission. Councilman Weisenberg.
Yeah, we had a meeting, I believe last week it was, and for election of officers, and then discussing bylaws. That we're changing some things in the bylaws for the commission there, and that'll be coming to council for approval shortly. The other thing is the joint meeting between the Planning and Zoning and the Board of Adjustments, I believe, is the 16th. Lou, is that? So tomorrow night, I guess, is when the joint meeting is.
Okay.
Is that it?
That's it.
All right, thanks. And then the Urban Systems Committee, Councilman Garner.
No update.
All right, thanks. The next thing on our agenda is an Urban System Committee update on the 2021 deer culling. I will turn the floor over to Diane and SB and Chris Otto.
Good evening, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to make the report. I'm Chris Otto, and this is Diane Espy. I'm the Chief Mike Board. Diane and I are the citizens representatives to the Rollins Urban Deer Committee. We realize you have a pretty full schedule tonight, so we'll keep this report short and sweet. So this is the summary for the 2021 calendar year urban deer cull. Culling operations took place on 2 days in November of 21, on the 7th and the 14th. 22 deer were taken, all tested negative for CWD this year. Unfortunately, 2 of the deer that were culled were not fit to be processed. That was determined by the processor due to parasites that were discovered at Trails West. So they weren't processed and distributed to citizens. The PD did receive 1 complaint the first night of the deer cull from a gentleman that was in the area that the cull was occurring. We fine-tuned the procedure, and it took on average about 15 to 20 minutes to process each deer, tag, collect the sample, field dress, hang in the cooler. We did the processing at Trails West with the assistance of Tom and Annie. So 2 nights of the cull occurred, 2 nights were canceled. 1 night was canceled because of we were still in the midst of COVID surge, and there were a couple positive COVID cases that the PD was dealing with. And the weekend after, I think, was Thanksgiving weekend, and we had a number of individuals that were on vacation. So from the 20 animals that were processed, venison was made into hamburger at Trails West and distributed on January 8th to the public. Names were drawn from a random lottery. Cost for processing was $3,300 and additional $1,000 for disposal via Trails West. And then there was additionally 32 hours overtime logged by the police officers, by the PD. And again, Tom and Annie from Trails West were accommodating and assisted us with all of the operations. We also had volunteer assistance from 5 individuals. So that time wasn't counted as a cost, but it should be noted that we did have quite a bit of volunteer work that allowed us to get this done.
And we did give them a $25 Visa gift card because of their extreme health. And because there was more work involved, because they were doing more of the, not just field dressing, but they also had to skin and wash and help clean up. So there was just a little bit different since we were doing it at Trails West. And the $1,000 cost was the same as what we had previously done the other years. We just figured he was providing the same service. He should get the same money that the other individual did.
So following the cull, Wyoming Game and Fish actually conducted 5 intensive surveys in town to get a good estimate of deer numbers following the work. And they did those during December and the first week of January, with an average of 224 deer residing in city limits following cull. So I think these documents are available on board docs for all you guys. I'm not going to go through them because there's a bunch of them, but we do have graphs of the deer estimates for the past few years, summaries of the number culled each year, age, juvenile, sex, that type of information. And as you go into this further, there's a summary of calls made to the PD and locations where dead deer have been picked up, this, that, and the other. One thing we did want to point out, this year, the deer that were culled were on average younger in this year's cull compared to the first 2 years. So the conjecture is that we feel like there's a possibility that we weren't seeing CWD in this year's cull, and the reason behind that is CWD manifests itself the older the animals get. So when you're taking younger animals, it's not going to be as prevalent. So that may be a reason that we're not seeing it, because we know CWD is present in the deer herd in the Hollands. It's here. So so that could be why we found no CWD. In the past 2 years, I think first year 3 out of 24 were positive, and the second year 3 out of 31 were positive. So we understand people have concerns with CWD. We don't want to do a deep dive into that as a committee. It's not really our mission, but there's multiple sources of information, so we added that to the report. CWD resources in general, the Game and Fish Working Group for CWD and its interim report and the management plan. So, quick and dirty. That's what happened this year. Any questions?
No questions. I just want to thank you for your hard work. It's not,
Chief Ward is going to report on the police part of that.
Good evening, Chief Ward for the Rollins City Police. In 2021, the police department responded to 88 calls that involved deer, 29 for dead deer, 18 for crashes or collisions, and then the rest had to do with welfare of deer, dogs chasing deer, harassment of deer, and so forth. Over the last 6 years, the number of calls that the Rollins Police Department has handled related to deer has remained relatively consistent. In 2016, there was 107, then 90, 95, 93, 87, and 88. So for 6 years, we're seeing roughly the same number of calls that we're responding to relating to deer incidents. Same thing with the number of dead deer that we're picking up. We have data going back to 13. It stays relatively consistent in the upper 30s, low 40s. Deer crashes, the Rollins Police Department took 12 state accident reports involving collisions with deer last year. That's remained low number, and it's remained relatively consistent over the last number of years. Back in 13, we had 7, then 11, then 15, 7, 9, 12, 6, 8, and 12 again. So we're not seeing much change in the numbers of different incidences that are getting reported to us. Any questions? Nope. Well, thank you.
thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next thing on our agenda is the Carbon County Emergency Manager update. Our hero, Lenny Lemon.
Mr. Mayor,
Nice
Councilman, Council members, good evening. I'm actually here to shine a light on the real hero of the events. So with that, I presented to the Board of County Commissioners this morning, and I'm going to do a very similar thing. So if you would oblige me, I'm going to start this way. Early morning Thursday, March 3rd, I started receiving calls from the city of Rollins letting me know that there may be a water issue. I immediately reached out to my commissioner liaison, Sue Jones, one of my liaisons, to request activation of the C4 to turn our Carbon County Coordination Center into an emergency operations center. She did not hesitate. She gave me the thumbs up and said, do whatever you need to do. We trust you. I made a couple of phone calls before I got to Walcott. I was driving safe. I have hands-free for anybody that's worried. Before I got to Walcott, and by the time I arrived in the Emergency Operations Center, there was probably no less than 4 individuals already working at their workstations. So I believe a picture is worth 1,000 words. So I'm gonna, if you would oblige me, I'm gonna play a little video here that can talk about what an EOC is better than I can, and then I'll end with a few closing remarks.
You are muted.
What?
Nice time.
Not all disasters are alike. They can be viewed on a spectrum, from the simplest accident to a major disaster. Most of these emergencies don't need to be managed. They're handled by police officers, firefighters, EMTs, and other responders as routine matters. So what happens when really bad emergencies need more capability than the individual agencies can provide? That's where emergency managers come in, to coordinate all the agencies. And the bigger the scope of the incident, the more an emergency manager's value increases. Let's show this with a worst-case example. The largest of all disasters in terms of scale, complexity, and consequences is a nuclear strike. This is the mother of all disasters. Imagine some bad guys get a hold of 140 pounds of highly enriched uranium and figure out how to cobble together a working bomb, an improvised nuclear device. They get it into place and set it off. The result is confusion, fear, and chaos. Think of our society as a complex Rubik's Cube, interdependent systems that have developed over time to sustain our way of life. A nuclear attack severs our connections to the rest of society. Fear and anxiety would take over as the rhythm of our daily life is destroyed. So if that's the emergency, when does the management come in? Management is what emergency managers do, to create order from that chaos. Our job is to squeeze the timeline so we bring back order faster. The hard part is how. So let's take a look at the way emergency managers work. First, we get a few emergency managers together, in the field or in a room, and start working. We find the facts and tell the story. We tell who's in charge, what's happening, is it getting worse or getting better, and what are we doing and what needs to be done. We start to reestablish the connection severed by the blast. In the Emergency Operations Center, we begin to connect people and organizations to the city and to each other. We tell them to connect inside and outside their own organizations with the same message. This is what is happening, and what do you see to inform this picture? By doing this, we're creating a new organization, one that didn't exist before and will never exist again. Imagine this incident organization as a pyramid with 3 distinct levels. At the top is the strategic level, with agency executives, local, state, federal, and elected officials, where political objectives are translated into strategy. At the bottom of the pyramid is the biggest and most important level, the tactical level, or the people who we call the boots on the ground. And in the middle is where strategy is translated into effective action, where what we need to get done becomes the how we'll do it. We call this the operational level, and this is where the emergency managers sit. Their job is to support everybody, and they do it by managing information, telling everybody everything, managing resources, getting the right stuff to the right place at the right time, and managing consequences, finding and solving problems. But even if you were doing all that, you're still not done. You must tell everyone everything that you're doing all the time. It's critical for the leadership to know the facts so they can convey it to the public. This connection creates trust with the impacted population, and without it, the credibility is lost and our work won't matter. Some experts in government and academia believe that disaster response consists of leadership and the field, and that there's no need for the emergency managers. But the fact is, emergency managers create the incident organization that can manage the catastrophe. Only then can we turn a corner fast enough where order is not yet restored, but the sense of order is palpable. The problem is that during a catastrophe, the only thing that doesn't grow quickly enough is the number of emergency managers at the operations level. We simply can't get big enough, fast enough. Keep in your mind this image of a catastrophic incident versus a tiny brake pad. Is this going to be able to manage this job? We have to be able to build this brake pad really big enough, fast enough, so we can create this incident organization and use it as the initiating mechanism for order, the starting point, back to that Rubik's Cube of complexity.
Is this thing on?
Yeah.
Yes.
So those of you,
and that's why I started Daily Harvest.
so those of you that know me, you won't spend too much time around me without me saying a few of my favorite phrases, which is one of them: in every adversity, there's seeds of equal or greater benefit. So real quick, the Hannah Fire 316 that occurred a little over a year ago set in motion what we now call the C4. That did not exist before then. Out of that adversity, through grants and donations, roughly totaling about $136,000, I was able to, through a cooperation, equip the C4. I then started working in December with Board of County Commissioners. I asked them to send out a directive. They said that was a little sharp around the edges. The directive became MOUs, which is even better. That all county departments shall select no less than one individual to participate in the following 3 things. C4 training, EOC training. That started in January and asked for 4 hours of their time. It's the 3rd Wednesday of every month, 8 to noon. I then approached Sean Metcalf, City of Rollins manager, and asked the same thing. And without hesitation, he supports and bought into that. So in January, we had our first 4-hour training. February, we had another training. That training in February was the incident command system. And then another saying that I say is that, be careful what you pray for. If you pray for patience, you'll probably end up on I-80 in a traffic jam. I was praying February on what I could do to build an exercise that helped that C4 staff to really ingrain themselves into the workstations. And then Thursday morning, March 3rd, apparently that prayer was answered with the Rollins Critical Water event. I'm here to just really shine a light on Mr. Sean Metcalf, City Manager. I've worked with lots of leaderships in my past, and admiration, kudos, Sean. The success of what happened throughout the whole event is attributed to you, your willingness to trust, your willingness to partnership, and your willingness to just have great leadership with your people. I was able to involve myself in some of those conversations, and because of your leadership, Sean, the C4 worked. I knew it could work, but it takes leadership at the agency that is having the disaster to be willing to buy into that. And I'm very, hear my heart, I'm very, very, very blessed that the...
Your microphone. You can press star 6 to unmute.
I'm very, very... No, you're good. I'm very, very, very blessed that our first C4 activation occurred in the City of Rollins, because there's buy-in and there was success. Because of what happened, it has actually catapulted the emergency management program 18 months, if not more. And that's due directly to the leadership of City of Rollins, Sean Metcalf, the mayor, and all of you in this room, because there was buy-in. I can only help support and coordinate in an event when there's buy-in at the leadership level, and the City of Rollins, kudos to you for allowing me to do that. So I'm just going to end with a couple of quotes, and then I'll open it up for questions. May I quote you, Mayor?
It depends what I said.
I took out all the, no, it's good. Mayor Wycombe said the EPA rep he spoke to apologized for the agency's inability to keep up with the municipality's forward momentum. He went on to say that what was accomplished here in Rollins was nothing less than phenomenal. He apologized that they were not able to they were not going fast enough as we were. We were ahead of them. He was absolutely amazed at the efforts given and the results. That's phenomenal from a federal agency to have that kind of recognition. To you, Mayor, and to you, Sean. The city should be proud. Last, I'm gonna quote our favorite reporter, Callie, and I've got permission from her. So, from Callie, Carbon County residents should be proud of what was accomplished through the C4 EOC during its first activation, and they should rest assured that whenever disaster strikes next, an incredible team of people will step away from their desk work, pin on their capes, and carry the community through the crisis. Bigfoot 99 will be there too. I'm Callie O'Hare, reporting. Oh, sorry. End quote, sorry. Very well said. I couldn't say that any better. It was a team that came together. We had Carbon County folks, we had City of Rollins folks, we had a mix of others, and it worked because Sean trusted and worked the system. So thank you, Sean, for that.
I'd like to just make a comment. I went and visited the Carbon County Commissioners meeting this morning just to say the same thing about Lenny. He was amazing with this event, and like you said, it really was amazing to see everyone come together. There were so many people that helped with this whole thing, and so kudos to literally everyone that played an amazing part in it. So, but thank you.
Well said. Thank you, Sean. With that, I am as you well know, end of report, pending questions.
I don't have any questions, but I got to tell you, watching the C4 work, nothing was done twice, nothing was done 3 times. It was organized chaos. There was so much work got done. It was amazing to me. I would rather list the people that didn't get involved than did, because there was every agency, it was amazing to me. It was a disaster, but it was kind of heartwarming to watch everybody save our town. And so thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
I don't have a question. I just want to kind of mimic the mayor and say thanks to the community as a whole. There's a lot of volunteer organizations that volunteered a lot of supplies for the community, and it pulled together really quick, and I appreciate that effort you guys put into that. And I want to say thanks again to the whole community for pulling together. It shows how fortunate we are to live where we live.
Agreed. I would like to finish by reading an email that I just received this afternoon. It's from Ryan Searle, principal of Rollins Middle School. So I'll end with this. Good afternoon. This Friday, March 18th, morning at 8:45 a.m., we are going to have an awards assembly in the main gymnasium at Rollins Middle School with a student body. I would like to invite you and all of the entire C4 team to our assembly to accept an award from Rollins Middle School. It personally was incredibly impressed by the C4 team and the way everything was managed during the critical water issue in town a couple of weeks ago. Rollins Middle School staff and students would like to show our appreciation to you folks and for the work you did during the time of crisis. So that's just kudos to everybody coming together. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. Thank you, Sean Metcalf. Have a great evening. Enjoy the rest of your meeting.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
will.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lenny. All right. The next thing on our agenda is business assistance report regarding the boil order advisory. It looks like we're going to hear from Pam Thayer and Nate or whoever.
Honorable Mayor and Council, I don't know if I can compete after Lenny, but it wasn't amazing to be part of that. I did want to, there's a lot of people still working behind the scenes, and we just wanted to give the council an update on what we're finding with some business assistance funding. Potentially, we're still working diligently. Andrea and I, we're working with the USDA and the SBA. We're having a little, wasn't considered a disaster per se, but we're trying to tweak the words to see if on funding, if we could still apply for SBA and USDA funding for the businesses directly from particularly the restaurants that were closed 100%. Andrea did find something from the McMurray Foundation that is looking promising. And then I'm looking at a couple other foundations out of Denver. So we did just want to let you guys know that that was happening. Also, Yvonne Johnson from the EDC and I have been kind of putting our heads together with her organization and things that we could do. So we're still working behind the scenes. So just wanted to get.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Next thing on our agenda is department reports. And looks like Blaine's taking the lead. All right.
Jump in feet first. Honorable Mayor, Madam Vice, and members of the council, really good to see you back. I feel like we haven't seen hide nor hair of you lately, and we missed you.
I'm pretty easy to see.
Well, I know you are, yeah. It's not like we can miss you, that's for sure, yeah. That's for sure. All right. Taught incident command for a lot of years, and I don't think I've ever seen a video that put down a type 1 incident as a nuclear strike before. So. Wow, talk about putting it right down the bottom level. So, okay. So year to date, we've responded to 205 incidents, but just a little bit higher than last year, but staying pretty close. Almost 800 hours of training. Sorry. And let's see here. 88 inspections have been completed. That's about 30% of our inspections now for the year. So we're right on line with having those all done. Obviously with Al Root's help on his, it's really going smooth. Our illustrious building official has done 106 inspections. So she is doing incredible. And that is my report for y'all. Welcome back. Really is good to see you again. So, if you have any questions, if not, I'm going to sit down and we'll carry on.
I have none.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Honorable Mayor and Council, I'm trying to be more like Blaine, so here I am. For my report, first I'll provide a few updates and then a brief message. Since my last report, I've been able to attend the Wyoming Economic Development Association Winter Conference, so the WEDA Conference. Some of the major themes for that conference included strategic planning, addressing workforce issues, and introductions to partners and resources. My attendance gave me some reassurance that we're on the right track here in the city of Rollins, and it provided me with more knowledge and resources to help me build out our economic development department. Next, it's already been mentioned, but since my last report, we did have our economic development planning grant approved by the Wyoming Business Council, which is great news. And next, for the next step there is that it will go to SLIB here in a few weeks for them to approve and fund that. Last update item, our recent water crisis, we've already spent a lot of time talking about. Certainly it was impactful all around, but on the economic development front, we did work to communicate directions to business owners. The DDA, the Chamber, and Carbon County Economic Development Corp all stepped in, so a huge thank you. It was a collaborative effort on that front, so thank you to Pam, Yvonne, and Megan stepping in and helping us. Additionally, Andrea on the grant side, she has had to redirect her time, energy, and focus, both on kind of crisis response, as well as toward exploring funding options for the source water issues, but now from an escalated crisis or emergency level. So we're still working on that level. Now, my brief message, we're a couple days away from St. Patrick's Day, a day that when I think about it, I think about luck. I love what Seneca had to say, that luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. In my observation, the city has already done a great deal of preparation related to economic development, and we're already seeing fantastic opportunities come up that we're able to take advantage of. Also, we continue preparing. Certainly our economic development plan will assist on that front, and I know that we'll continue to have opportunities open up for us. But not just that, I am confident that the preparation and the opportunities will continue, but become more rapid and become better, and here's to the great luck that we are certain to attain. Thank you. Any questions?
They're arm wrestling back there. Just get up here.
Honorable Mayor, Council, I'll be brief. Recreation Department, we are working on hiring our seasonal employees that assist us with the summer events and activities that we're planning. We're also working on, with Myra and with rec staff, the newsletter for the spring, summer, and that's also going to have the recreation activity guide. So we're planning the next 4 months, if you will, of programs and activities through the rec department. Golf course, the council awarded a bid for the greens covers, the new greens covers, to replace our 11-year-old greens covers that are torn up. So those should be here mid-September. We're excited about that. We are working to remove the greens covers on April 4th and 5th. The golf course is slated to open on April 15th. And I just want to remind, not because I'll be asking for some help, but the greens covers is a great example of the city and the ability to work together with different departments, because we have 18 greens covers on the greens, and then we have 2 greens covers on the putting green. That takes a lot of people and a lot of effort, and year after year we have a lot of support from other departments. We wouldn't be able to do it without that help. For the Parks Department, our irrigation truck is on order, and we had most of our staff members attend a Wyoming pesticide license training. Shooting Range Advisory Board last week, I believe. There was no quorum, so we had a good discussion though about all things shooting range. Golf Advisory Board, I was unable to attend the last meeting. And Dog Park Town Hall meeting, wanted to give the council an update. We are planning another town hall meeting for the dog park discussion. It's probably going to happen in a couple weeks. We're trying to figure out a good date and time that's available, and then we'll start promoting that and letting people know that we'll get together. And thank you for appointing members to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. It was a short turnaround, so don't be afraid that we don't have a bunch of people right yet. I know Myra's working hard to promote it, and we are as well. So we're looking forward to getting those members appointed and get that committee activated. It's been something that I've been excited to do for quite some time, and now it's coming to fruition. So that's a good thing. Other than that, any questions? Thank you.
Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, Council, try to keep this quick, even though we had a lot of stuff going on.
Water broke.
Yeah, water broke. But we repaired it, thanks to our great city crew.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll just start off with our streets department, street snow removal. We've been taking care of that lately. Some down signs due to some icy roads, so we've been taking care of those on the sunny days. Equipment maintenance in the meantime. Utilities crews are continued with service call-outs, locations, checking sewer lines, frozen pipes, possible meter breaks. We had a break on Edinburgh on Friday this afternoon, or last Friday. They did a great job of locating it, turning it off, and fixing it within a short afternoon. So great job there. Our water treatment plants, wastewater is doing great, running like a kitten, knock on wood. And our water treatment plant is running really good right now. That spring water has really cleaned up our filters. We went from 4 to 8 hour runtime on our filters to over 200 hours now and the water is staying clean. So with this spring water in there, we're running at a really good rate. Our tanks our 2 tanks on the hill are full. Tank farm is over 50% right now, so we're getting really good water flow coming into town, and we're continuing it. We're even feeling peaking right now, so we're getting really good water flow into town. With that, I just want to thank my utilities and water treatment crew. I mean, they did an amazing job over this crisis that we had. Even our streets crew, they were running around clearing out snow where we needed to, just in case of emergencies. I mean, they really stepped up to the plate when it came to this. So I just want to thank them very much. Spring pipeline project on the hill. It's going forward. It's going good. We're over 6,000 feet. We did hit some limestone base on a short section, so we're kind of fighting some rock again up there, so it's slowing us down a little bit. But moving forward and doing good up there as well. So we'll give you a little bit of an update with the city in a little bit, and if you guys have any other questions for me, hope to answer. No? Sounds good. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Council, calls for service at the Rollins Police Department and the Emergency Communications Center have remained steady. During the month of February, they received 321 911 calls, over 1,000 regular telephone calls, dispatched 549 calls for service. They dispatched the fire department 37 times, the ambulance 53 times, and animal calls 39 times. Code enforcement remains busy. During the month of February, the code enforcement officer is continuing to work 20 cases. He closed 15 cases and conducted 5 follow-ups. School resource officer also busy in our schools. During the month of February, he handled a total of 21 calls, including threats, assisting other agencies, tobacco and vaping, theft, and a various assortment of other calls. He also taught 1 vaping class, 2 driving classes, and met with a special education class in the elementary school K-1. Calls for service so far year to date is almost 1,400. Top 10 calls for service by the Rollins Police Department so far year-to-date 2022. Number 1 is traffic stops at 383, animal calls at 81. Number 3 is assisting other agencies 67 times. Checking areas of concern is number 4 at 51 times. Property damage accidents 45. Checking the welfare of other individuals 45. Assisting motorists 44. Ambulance calls 34. Civil matters 33. And parking complaints 29. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Guess I'm the last one, huh? Honorable Mayor and Council, I got to get my eyes on first. That way I can read what I've got prepared. We did have a planning and zoning meeting on March 8th with the election officers, like Councilman Weisenberg said. We got, last Friday, we did receive a site plan development for the West End project. Then were handed out to department heads for comments. So that project seems to be moving along really well. So we're looking forward to that and helping them folks out, get the information they need. Councilman Dursby, you brought up Board of Adjustment meeting. We'll have that joint meeting tomorrow night work session. We'll also have a meeting prior to that. We're going to be discussing the new building codes for 2021. We're going to be discussing Title 19 and Title 16 as well. I have started working on the building and site plan for the Starbucks on the east end of town. The recycle center has been extremely busy with the plastic bottles that have been coming in. I think the last couple of days they've done 6 bales. So compared to a normal of 2, so it seemed like every time they emptied that bin out, it was back up to full. Facilities, we're keeping them guys running. Seems like every time we turn around, something else is giving up. So working on hopefully to get Stephanie's wall done this week, that separation in her office. Our shop is doing extremely well, keeping our equipment running, and landfill is doing their everyday duties. Any questions? Thanks.
Thank you, Lou. Thanks for everything you do. Is there any other department heads? I didn't think so. Okay, so we will move on to city manager's report.
Okay, I'll invite Cody up in just 1 second. I'm going to touch on 2 items, but just want to let the council know the budget process is on schedule right now. And some good news, the Rock Creek Impact Assistance request of the $95,000 was approved. So that's a wonderful thing. Thank you to Kathy. I abandoned her after about 20 minutes there. To come to the water crisis. I'm like, I'm out. But thank you for representing us. And then, all right. So we thought we'd tag team just for a second. As we move forward beyond the water crisis, we just want to really focus in on the things that we need to get done and what are those priorities, and we just wanted to talk about that for a second. As you all know, we're going after some SLIB funding. The most important things right now, and tell me if I'm mistaken in any of this, but the air release valves are the most important thing that could potentially put us in a bad situation again. The blow-offs and then the cathodic protection. And we initially put in a request for just over $6 million, and it still is that request. But recently they told us that their funding is not super great. So they did ask us, they reached out and said how much, what is the most essential amount of money that you need to be able to work on these projects. And we feel that if we can get 1.6 million, we could, with the impact assistance funding from Choke Cherry, we could be able to take care of all the air release valves, blow-offs, and cathodic protection. And that's what we need to do.
That was just in a safe spot with the pipeline moving forward.
So that's a huge focus right now. The pretreatment, do you want to talk about that one?
Yeah, so with these, the three things that we talked about, with replacing those, we would have to shut the line back down again. Now we know what happens when we shut down that line, we have continued issues. So what we'd like to do, we need a backup plan. We were working on wells last time, we had our tanks full, but the wells just don't put out enough water to keep the tanks full. We dwindle down. If anything else arises in the process of going in and digging up the blow-offs and installing new air vac valves and redoing the cathodic protection, we need to have a backup plan. Now the pretreatment plant, what it does is we can actually pump water from the river up to Atlantic Rim. It runs through the pretreatment plant, and then our filter system can actually filter river water. But we cannot put river water through our filter system now. We need to have the pretreatment. So to get that as a backup and get it going is quite essential for getting the blow-offs, the cathodic protection, and the air vac valves installed in a large portion, and just getting the spring line up to date on that stuff. That'll make it safer for us to move forward on any kind of work we need to do in the future. Those are the weak points in the line right now. And so, like I said, to get those done, we need to hold the whole line back down, and we need to have a little bit of a backup just in case. So what we'd like to do is get some RFPs from some companies that actually do startups on our pretreatments, those actual plants. So we'd like to ask you guys if we can go out for an RFP to some companies that can come in and show us how to get it back going back, what filters or chemicals we're going to need to get started out, and then show our water treatment crew how to run the plant. Because our crew right now has no idea. They've never been around while it's ran. The pretreatment plant has only run for 7 days in its life. It hasn't run in 7 years. We need some help getting it going.
Verifying operation.
Yeah. Yeah. So that is where we would like to get the pretreatment up and going again. We've done a couple estimates. We're figuring between $100,000 to $150,000 to get it going again, but that's why we want to go out to RFP and see what some of these companies can do to help us get that going again.
I think we need to do that.
I don't think we have a choice.
Yeah.
We do. We have to have a backup plan if we want to work on this line in the future. Just in case something takes longer than it should, like it did last time, or we have stuff that happens that's unforeseen that happened last time.
For sure. Councilman Weisberg, you had a question?
Yeah, I received a phone call from an individual, a old city employee that actually left on pretty good terms and stuff in the past, and was head of a lot of that stuff, and is willing to sit down with the city and explain a lot of the process and everything else with it. And I don't think it would cost us a bunch of money to have that individual come in and do that, right?
I know who you're talking to. I actually talked to him.
So I believe he would do it for free because he's lived here for a long time. He worked at the water treatment plant for years and years, and they ran that pre-treatment plant at that time too. So this individual called me during this water crisis and wants to be help to the city too. So he wants to maybe be able to come into the city manager's office, sit down with you and talk, and go from there maybe too. So it would be a start and to this, and a way to gain some institutional knowledge from the past, you know, and be able to pick his brain on a lot of things. So
cool. Yeah, we can definitely reach out. Sounds like a good contact.
The more help, the better.
Yep. Another focus that we have that we just recently talked about is the cemetery water line. Visiting with Austin, he thinks we should start that RFP process just as soon as we can. The engineering on that will take quite a while, and he was anticipating that it would be probably a fall project that we would be able to get working on that. But the sooner we can get that done, the better, because it's going to save a lot of water, which is a 6 penny project. River water to Atlantic Rim? Do you know how
So-
the boosters do?
The booster station, it was having some problems, and we thought we needed to bring in basically our tech company that looks over those. Well, our water superintendent was out there. He wanted to go take a look at it real quick. We were pretty sure we figured out why it wasn't working. We found a sensor that was out on it, on the tank that's in there, as far as the level. So it wasn't reading back correctly. So we think we got that fixed. So we will be able to start pumping river water up to Atlantic Rim and filling it for, golf course and stuff this summer. But small remedies, but we need to have that booster station ready and running great so that we can pump water to Atlantic Rim in case if we get the pretreatment plant going, we need to have that going as well. That's a part of the system.
And
Lots to it.
Yes, yes.
Do you want to talk about standard operating procedures, some of the ideas that you have? Starts checking valves and
So what we're wanting to do too in this, when we go to start replacing all the blow-offs, the air vac valves, and the cathodic protection, when we're engineering all this, we want to have a water engineer do an O&M manual, operations and maintenance manual on the pipeline that just basically has a breakdown, because we don't have them right now. We haven't even been able to find one. We've been looking for it. It basically tells you how to regularly maintenance this thing, that how long, factory recommendations are on like the air vac valves. We come to find out they're 5 years, and the ones that are on it are the originals. Stuff like that. We have to start getting a manual together for our future. It might not be for us. We actually know what's going on, and we're getting our heads wrapped around it. But we want to start tracking it better for the future. If we have an operations and maintenance manual, we want to, where every single blow off is, where every cathodic protection site is that you test from, every air vac, we're going to number every one of them. It's going to have a mileage point on it. It's going to be when it was installed, when it needs to be replaced. It's going to have a full breakdown in the manual on keeping the maintenance going on this for years to come. So our city in the future never gets to this point yet. So we really want to have that done in the design of the blow-offs, and just in our engineering of going through and doing this stuff on it.
And the last thing I wanted to add is that every week we decided that we would do a weekly meeting, me, Cody, Austin, and Bud, just because there's just a lot of moving pieces, and we feel like the more we can collaborate, the better off we'll be moving forward. So
I feel we got really far on just our first meeting. We prioritized, this is what we need to go for, this is the money that we can get, and these are our main focuses. Like I said earlier, our spring line it's really our lifeblood of this town. It's the cleanest source that we have. That spring line, we want to get that up and going and make it to where we all feel comfortable, nothing's going to happen. So.
Councilman Weisenberg?
Yeah, I just have a few questions. The cathodic, is the bed good on that? Is all the beds good? Have we had an inspection done on those
We
yet?
haven't had an inspection or some testing done on it, and it's not.
The cathodic beds themselves are not good.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
there's
you
a
have to
lot of
re-drill
work that
it
needs
all.
to be done, yeah.
Okay, and then, are you putting it in place for annual inspections for
Yes.
those two?
Yeah, and that'll be in the O&M manual, is when we're gonna do the testing, when it was done last at each location. We're gonna have a breakdown of everything, so we can actually track all testing, timelines, everything on it.
Okay, I guess another thing is does the city use like Maximo, a Maximo program? Or you're not familiar with that? So Maximo is like a maintenance program. It's entering, you can order stuff, each individual could put stuff in there and everything like that. It could track maintenance. It could send out requests saying this needs to be done at this point in time. And it would not only be good for something such as the water system, but it would be beneficial for the city as a whole, right? Because it could be used for the water department, it could be used for the street department, it could be used for sewer department, it could be used for fire department, police department, mechanics. Everybody could have sections in a Maximo program, and it kicks out a work order to say, go check this, go do that, right? Yeah. And it's a heck of a program to be able to utilize and use. And I mean, I would really recommend looking into a program like that.
You are, the
Across-
engineers might
city
actually
across
push us
the
towards
board.
that point. You know, maybe let's go digital on this.
It wouldn't even need an engineer to see that, honestly. Daryl, you're probably familiar with Maximo. And it's a great program if it's utilized right.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't take an engineer to say, let's move towards that. I'm just saying a city whole, as a whole, would be able to utilize this program, and it could be a reduction and able to do a lot better tracking and more preventative maintenance on all
We
departments.
want the engineers' advice, just so we know that his recommendations, you know, you need to be looking at this time of year. And then I understand the airbag valves, the blow off stuff, that's kind of self-explanatory. But if we have an engineer look at it and say, you know, you need to be looking at this section of the pipe, you know, what we really need to be focusing on, that's kind of what it is too.
And once that's done, right, that could be entered into Maximo, and it would kick a work order out to say, hey, send your guy out, this section has to be checked this day, this section has to be, and it's a accountability thing too, that they go back, they close out their work order, and it's, you know, so I would highly recommend looking into it.
If I'm not mistaken, I think we did a demo just a little while ago for something like that. Am I making that up?
We are looking into work order software. We're reviewing some options. And I also texted Josiah to say, put Maximo on the list, so.
Thank you. Anything else?
That's it.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. Thanks. The next thing on our agenda is intern city attorney report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. First things first, halftime score, Indiana's 30, Wyoming's 25. I know, but they've been keeping up with them. It's been back and forth, so I thought you'd want to know that.
I want the most important report we've had tonight.
I was almost going to give that report too.
So, well, I mean, it's kind of a big deal that
It is.
Wyoming got to the tournament, so we're all cheering. Second thing is, Sean already mentioned that Rollins did get fully funded on their request with Rock Creek. The Industrial Siting Council only funded 62% of the impact assistance request for this particular project. Carbon County fared well. All of their requests were fully funded. And I can tell you the reason I survived when I got a text that said I've gone home is because Sean had done an excellent report beforehand, and we'd already submitted it into evidence, and it had been received into evidence. So we were fortunate. So thank you, Sean, for having done it. The invitation is the most sincere form of flattery, and it's interesting to have listened to the various agencies give their reports. They're beginning to adopt the methodology that the city of Rollins developed for these funding requests for general government. So that was interesting. The final thing is, you've all met her, but our new city attorney is Gwendolyn Wade, and she's here tonight. And so our firm has now moved into the transition and support phase. We've met with Gwendolyn, and we've worked out a method. We'll be a resource when she needs her help, our help. And there's a couple of minor things that we'll be finishing up, but with keeping her fully in the loop. So the final thing is, thank you for asking us. It's been the last 5.5 months have reaffirmed that when John and I sold our place after living in Saratoga for 21 years and decided to move back to Rollins, we definitely made the right decision. So thank all you, and you'll still see us, but in a different role. So you have a great day.
Thank you, Captain.
Kathy, I did have one question on the $95,000 impact. Is that earmarked for any specific thing, or can it be used for water or
That's the for general.
non-water? So it's general fund. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Now?
I was gonna ask
Okay.
after the city manager. Can you wait?
Yeah.
I don't know if I can. Okay, I will declare a 15-minute recess.
Then it's so supported for that too. We only had 10 minutes, so.
Oh,
I'm just tired. I put in my old contacts. Oh, gosh.
Just like.
Yeah, just a bit. Yeah.
Jackie said she gave you that book.
Okay, I like it. Okay, good, good.
I'm full, rain every day, 42 degrees, right? Until Monday morning, when I'm getting ready to go to the airport, well, leaving the airport till it's live, but still, I could, then it was white, sunny, 72. All right, yeah, that's just
Really good, though, doesn't it?
How are you gonna do fit testing?
Yeah, exactly.
How are you gonna do fit testing?
Hey,
Tomorrow, where are you going? Tomorrow, when I put my uniform back on, it'll be gone.
Hey, that's no excuse because you're still on call tonight.
Let me tell you something. I have to put an SCBA on.
You're less worried about.
Ooh, he had it. He had it.
You have to do that. You're less worried about your facial hair.
Exactly.
I would be, yeah, exactly.
Right, yeah. I've gone back, and this is the least.
That's at least, yeah. You'll get a seal still. I know.
You know how the water treatment plant has the chlorine. You guys have actually had been dispatched out there fast. Are you guys able to do the SBA
We have trained people that want to do it with self-instructions.
So when we get the new airbags that are coming in, what we're gonna do is, we still got some that have.
What's that? Oh, I've never heard of it. Are you sure?
So we utilize those.
Are you sure it's better than Excel?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Is it better than, what's the one that Excel replaced? No.
Oh, yeah, I know it. But
And then as we start.
Well, I have no, yeah, but I'm telling you that as far as software, cities have 10,000 choices.
Oh, I know.
And they,
and then she was saying they need 80 things out there.
you sound like you should be a Maximo salesman.
We really should have one in every city. I know we. I know.
They got all kinds of
In general.
stuff that is not digital.
Part of what they're gonna have to do is have something that they're, that the engineer understands, or that, you know, what I'm saying, the whole team understand and buy into.
Apparently they don't even have one here.
The expense of training the engineer
Oh, good.
might outrun the budget, is what I'm trying to say.
Finally got those. He's had a little background group, so let's take them on in.
No, I get what you're saying. Like, that's why I think.
Rex never had one, right? So it was really cool.
It's a great program. And not that I'm trying to sell it, I'm just saying, you
Let's put it
know,
this way,
I want.
what was earmarked for
Yeah.
the Rex?
Something like that. Well, and I'm sure.
The other ones.
So where are we at here? Okay, we're at 9, right?
Well,
Council
did you just
reports.
become reports?
Oh, city council.
Yeah, we're still in council.
To direction to city manager.
Okay.
Still wants a couple.
That's, where's Daryl?
Everybody wants a couple, right?
Well, that's
I would
what-
love to have one in my vehicle.
Well, yeah. What's that?
I actually just bought the big CGR
not 15 minutes.
gas. So like if I.
Was it 15 minutes ago?
I had like, yeah.
Yeah, but you don't have good 15 minutes.
No, with COVID and everything, I'm like, yeah.
I was
it's
just
more
not
distance.
I was sitting there looking at the
Hey, well, right now, it's just, it's last year.
Yeah, we always have one.
I might be cheap. Kid, yes.
Yeah.
Young adult, yes. 99-year-old. I mean, that sounds really bad.
You know what?
Low code.
$32.27. The game.
Oh.
$32.27.
Who's that?
Indiana, and I can tell you there's been some nasty ISD stuff already, Wyoming Staff and Technical.
They did.
Yeah, and there's been some like harsh fouls not called, and it's getting to be a one-sided game in calls. It feels, you know, on a lot of things.
EK still playing.
Yeah, you get
Nobody's called out.
not that I see yet. Or got a report on yet. Right, Jackie? I haven't got a report on it yet of anybody fouling out.
Oh.
Hey.
I think that's very important.
We think so too, but we don't know that.
I'm not saying a word.
Yeah.
I know he's not saying.
That's what I was just curious. Thank you.
All right, I will call this meeting back to order. It is 8:50. And, gee, does anybody know where Sean went? Because the next thing on our agenda is council reports and direction to the city manager and interim city attorney.
I just have one comment.
Okay.
I'd like to congratulate the Rollins High School boys basketball on their state victory. It's been 25 years.
Yeah.
Really awesome.
Yeah, that's
Really
awesome.
cool.
Yep, I agree. Sean, we're to the point of, I just want to make sure you know where we're at. We're at the city report and direction to the city manager and interim attorney, just so you know. Yeah. It's better if you hear it. All right. Councilman Meisenberg.
Yeah, Sean, I'd like you to purchase a safe and put the equipment that was purchased for the Urban Deer Committee. Put it in a safe somewhere in City Hall, in a safe area, until we can further get this situation taken care of, decide what we're going to continue doing. So,
Can we use the police department, their secure areas for it?
I just want it, my thought is I get it if it's not used or used right. I just want it in a spot where if we decide to continue on with a contractor or something, it's accessible through a checkout type point or something like that. I mean, it belongs to the Urban Deer Committee, and that's what my thought is on it. So.
I guess my thoughts are I wouldn't spend any more money on this until we figure out which way we're going, and just, I guess, leave it locked wherever they are, and then let's get some direction and then decide. I mean, if it goes separate and we get a whole nother committee and it goes to this whole other organization or whatever, I'm totally good with that. Get their own safe and their own. But right now, I don't see the necessity of that at the moment. That's all. So, but I'm not going to get on a hill and die on it. So whatever everybody feels like is fine with me.
Well, I think we can put things on hold for a minute, honestly. That's where I'm at. But that equipment was purchased for a special purpose. That is not going to be used by the police department anymore. So we should find another place, but it doesn't have to be tonight. Do you know what I mean?
And that's my thought with it, is why it's purchased for that.
Anybody else? Councilman Smith?
Yeah, I know, I mentioned this earlier. This is directed to Wendy, to look at those two ordinances for us. So that would be my request. And I think the rest of the council would want us to do that too. So thank you.
Yeah. Anybody else? I just want to say one thing. I went to the C4 thing, and Sean, you did an amazing job, but you were backed up by an amazing bunch of people. And the workers of our city are nothing less than phenomenal. And the conversation that was referred to about me talking to the EPA, you don't get compliments from the EPA. It was a very nice conversation. I went to that opening of the theater thing in Sinclair, the music thing they had out there, and there's these ladies that sat in front of me, and I thought, oh no, to be honest with you, and they had nothing but compliments. Every place I go, people are talking about what an amazing job our city workers have done and city has done. And as horrible as it was, it's a good thing, I guess. I saw people working together. Anyway, just kudos to you. Awesome job.
Thank you, and it really, honestly, it was everyone.
Yeah.
There's some people that were working overnight for several days.
Sleeping in their trucks.
There's tons of heavy lifts, but thank you.
And we're not buying you trucks for sleepers, guys. Doggone it. All right, is there anything else? All right, moving on. We're going to go to unfinished business. Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to untable the final plat motion of December 21st, 2021 regarding the final plat of the privately owned property for the proposed Miles Addition subdivision, also known as 2409 Plaza Street. Specifically, the plat of privately owned property located in and being a portion of the Southwest 1/2, Northwest 1/4, Section 15, Township 21 North, Range 87 West of the 6th Principal Meridian, Carbon County, Wyoming, for discussion.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to untable the final plat motion of December 21st, 2021 regarding the final plat of the privately owned property for the proposed Miles Addition subdivision, also known as 2409 Plaza Street, specifically the plat of privately owned property located in and being a portion of the South Half Northwest Quarter, Section 15, Township 21 North, Range 87, west of the 6th Principal Meridian, Carbon County, Wyoming, for discussion. And so, for discussion, I will turn the floor over to you, Lou.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Through negotiations and
Wait a minute. We have to vote. Sorry. Dawned on me. Please open online voting.
And then we do the.
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas.
All right. Thank you, Lou. Councilman Smith, do you have a question?
Yeah, I thought the next one, we bring it off the floor and then we make a motion, don't we, to,
Yes, so you'll go to the next one under B, resolution.
yeah, but it doesn't say what you want the motion to be, I'm saying.
Well, there's two options.
There's two motions.
There's two motions to
separate
be made.
motions. Motion one is to approve the resolution.
Okay, I'll move to approve the resolution.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the resolution for the final plat, correct?
Yes,
Okay, now discussion.
thank you.
Now, Lou, sorry.
Honorable Mayor and Council, this has been an extremely long process for us. I've worked on it, can't tell you how many hours. I had some help from Nate, which has got us to this point with the negotiations on this easement. We took what Terraform had for their easement, and we also included our verbiage that was run through legal on what the city wanted to see. So on that note, I'll let Nate kind of go through the process that he's gone through to get us to this point.
Again, also huge appreciation for Kathy. It was definitely a collaborative effort. But really in trying to tackle a complex issue, the wise counsel was to break it down into smaller parts that we can digest one at a time. And so tonight what we have to present is really the approving of the plat that was originally brought to the council in December. And then without including any additional language and without going through that longer drawn-out process. We then have the easement document that we're recommending that we approve, that the council approves, that includes the requested language from the developer as needed for Starbucks to be okay with moving forward, but then also makes it clear on the city side that none of this, the approval of the plat nor the approval of this easement document, obligates the city to restore development to 100%. So we're essentially kind of back there. If you go back to December, original plat, everything, all parties really are satisfied with this. It has the language that the city's comfortable with, and what we as staff understand the council to be comfortable with, and it's also gotten the thumbs up from the developer and from the landowner. So taking this step today will then kind of pave the way for working through the rest of the process as need be.
Vice Mayor Wells.
I just want to thank you guys for this, because where we left it wasn't very positive, and now we're actually moving in the right direction. So we're excited to see new businesses come to Rollins. Despite what the public may think, we do support businesses in our city. So,
Councilman Weisenberg.
Yeah, echoing Councilwoman Wells, I want to say thanks for the hard work, dedication. I want to also say thanks to Councilwoman Smith for the time she took out of her day to figure out and help with the finding the easement stuff and everything else too, to help with this process. Without her knowledge and her investigation skills, I guess at that point in time, this could have been still at the same point, right? So I want to say kudos. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris.
Teamwork.
So this is still just that, it was that water line, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so what was the final, was just capping the line and it just?
So that goes back to what I was talking about of separating all of the decisions. We recognize that the plat, the easement, the water line, they're all kind of connected to the same issue. They all come to our attention because of the same development, but we're separating the decisions. So tonight's all about the plat and all about this easement. We were going to have a discussion later on the agenda tonight about the water line itself. I had some things come up just this afternoon that gave us reason to pause and revisit that at a later date. What I can say is I'll continue to work with the landowner and the developer to discuss our options there and determine how to best move forward at that point. So we may or may not come back to council to discuss the water line again as a separate decision. Does that answer you?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. But I guess I would say by approving the plat and by approving the easement, you're not making any decision about abandoning a water line or doing anything about eliminating an easement or anything. That is not the discussion or the decision tonight.
So they're basically accepting the fact that this easement's a true easement treated like an easement.
That's correct.
The way I read this is where, if we have to dig it up, we put it to grade, they do everything else.
Correct.
Okay. Councilman Weisenberg?
Lou, the other question I guess that I have is, and maybe I know this is going to be further down the line possibly, but in the original plans of the building and stuff, a tap was to be made off of that line. Okay, is that tap being moved to the Plaza Street at this point in time, or will we discuss that later?
We'll discuss that at a later date.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further discussion? I guess we open online voting. Thank you guys for your hard work.
Yes.
Thank you, guys.
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas.
The resolution passed, so we're good, right?
Point of, just a point of clarification. We voted on the resolution. Does that include the easement?
No, there's
So we
another-
have to vote.
We have to vote.
Okay,
It's a separate
so we
one.
have another,
Yes.
okay, I move that we approve the easement for Rollins Plaza Associates regarding the final plat of the privately owned property for the proposed Miles Addition subdivision, also known as 2409 Plaza Street, specifically the plat of privately owned property located in and being a portion of the south half northwest quarter, section 15, township 21 north, range 87 west of the 6th principal meridian, Carbon County, Wyoming.
Second.
Been a motion made and seconded to approve the easement for the Rollins Plaza Associates LLP regarding the final plat of the privately owned property for the proposed Miles Addition subdivision, also known as 2409 Plaza Street, specifically the plat of privately owned property located in and being a portion of the south half northwest quarter, section 15, township 21 north, range 87 west of the 6th principal meridian in Carbon County, Wyoming. Is there any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open.
My online voting is not open. Oh, there it is.
Councilmember Gardner, how did you?
I don't have any options. I clicked yay.
You clicked yay?
Yeah.
It came up not present to vote, so that's why.
That's the voices you were just asking about hearing.
You didn't click it hard enough.
He just asked about, did you hear that?
Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Council. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for your hard work. It's awesome.
Can I click yay?
All right, the next thing on our agenda is a second reading of an ordinance. Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to approve second reading and waiving of the reading of ordinance amending Title 61250, adoption fees, dogs and cats, to allow the chief of police to temporarily waive adoption fees when the shelter is near capacity.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve a second reading and waiving the reading of ordinance amending Title 6.12.050, adoption fees, dogs and cats, to allow for the chief of police to temporarily waive adoption fees when the shelter is near capacity. Is there any discussion? Councilman Weisenberg?
I just have a question, and I understand the adoption fees, all that stuff, but do we have a limit set on cats, or per se, if there's a certain amount of that's at the shelter at the time, do we say, okay, at this amount, we take them to a rescue?
There is a limit. I probably have it in here, but I don't know it off the top of my head. We haven't gone over the limit. They've been successful in working with, as you said, other agencies to keep the numbers down.
And also, is it tracked per family of how many people or how many has been adopted through families and stuff like that?
That I don't know the answer to. I can find out and get back to you.
I appreciate that, just because there's a council member that is worried, you know, we lower some of the fees, more people adopt them, turn them out on the streets, and more strays come, right? I get it, I understand, but that's why I'm saying if there's a limit that we set or is set to take them to a rescue at that point in time, okay, then they're not here. They go somewhere, you know, and they're still safe at that point in time. So.
Right, they do transfer animals to other shelters in the area that serve higher populations, have more of a turnover and better chances of getting animals adopted. So there is that arrangement in place.
And when I worked with Pet Partners a little bit, they worked with another group that got these cats, mostly cats, taken, you know, feral cats back to farms and ranches and stuff like that. There is an ordinance, I believe, limiting the amount of animals a person can have, for one thing. And I know when I was involved with Pet Partners, they always checked how many animals do you have, so you didn't have a lady on the corner adopting 500 cats and stuff. So I think those safeguards are in place already, to be honest with you. And so I have no problem with reducing the price to get them out of there.
And I have no problem with reducing the price. I just want to make sure we got safeguards in place too. And if we need to look at the numbers and stuff like that to help with controlling some of these issues too, we can do that in the future.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Please open online voting. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas.
Thank you. All right, next thing we have is new business, discussion of City of Rollins 2020 audit and unrestricted fund balances.
So we have the auditors on the line, Andrew Wendt. They've done a really awesome job with their audit, and I'm excited to hear what they have to say tonight.
Okay.
Good evening, everybody. I'm with Hill CPAs for the city's auditors. We've been working through the 2020 audit, and it was a slow start from the beginning with having to work with a prior auditor who has been very cooperative for a while, but we were able to get things situated, and we're to a point now where the substantive part of the audit is, I would say, 85–90% done. I've been beginning the report stages, so we're hoping that has been great. She's been able to give me everything we have needed, and Sean's been a great help too. We're very appreciative of everything they've done. We, like I had mentioned to Sean and Bev, we're hoping that, no later than, I would say, a week, 1 to 2 weeks, we'd be able to provide the city a draft to start reviewing. With that being said, overall, I know that it was a rough spot. Obviously, we're playing catch up here, trying to work through the 2020 audit, but we're moving along. The overall, the funds, the water funds slightly decreased. Most of your proprietary funds overall increased about $253,000 in total. The general fund had quite a large increase, and this is with after all of our adjustments that we have made. I was able to wrap up most of them today. So I think there may be 1 or 2 more adjustments, but overall, we're at a point now where I'm comfortable with where these numbers are at. Sean does have the preliminary ending fund balances and net income or losses in each fund that I provided there. Sean, the proprietary business fund slightly changed after I wrapped up the pension adjustment today, but I will go ahead and send you an updated copy after this meeting just to see where you think they're at. But overall, guys, for a first-year audit, I know it has ups and downs, but we've been very happy with how everything has gone. There's certain areas, obviously, where we had to put in, extra work to get the balances to where they need to be and get things corrected. And when I say corrected, I mean, maybe something was just put, to the wrong account or wrong fund. Nothing major where it raises eyebrows or any concern. So I don't want anybody thinking that. Overall, we're at the point now where everything has gone smoothly, and we don't expect anything besides an unmodified opinion, which is the best opinion you guys can get. But overall, we're very appreciative of everything that, Sean and Beth have been able to do for us.
Thank you, Drew. Would you, I think maybe some of the council or even the public might want to hear some of the fund balances, because it's been a question for a pretty long time. Are you comfortable sharing that tonight?
Yeah, I can do that. And like I mentioned, they're still, these are preliminary. I still have to wrap up a couple, areas and stuff to make it change slightly, but I'm pretty comfortable with where they're at. If we did have to do, we do beginning audit testing on the ending balances from last year's audit report, and we didn't note any discrepancies with what the prior auditor had done. With that being said, right now, general fund, the ending fund balance from the 19 report is at about a little over 12.3 million. The ending fund balance for 2020 is about 16 million. Now, with I say that, like I said, preliminary, because with the city having the combined cash, what it does is when those entries are made, the combined cash, the system allocates that cash to the funds appropriately. So these fund balances are preliminary because there's the possibility of transfers that have to correlate with everything that's taking place and making sure the combined cash balances are tying out correctly. Overall, we didn't notice any exceptions in the cash, but the way combined cash works, it allocates those amounts to different funds. The grants fund has decreased slightly. Capital facility tax fund has decreased slightly. Overall, the governmental funds, which comprises your general fund, contains your dangerous buildings, your housing loan, your recreation services, the restaurant, economic development donation. The overall, and then your grant fund, your capital facility taxes funds. You're looking at around a 2.7 million net income right now. So that's income for the year for 2020 on those funds. Like I said, that's not final, but overall there are fluctuations in them as far as whether expenses may have been higher or the revenues lower. But overall the funds are healthy. The business type funds, your water fund ending fund balance from 19 has been about $29.4 million. Now, and I did talk to Sean about this, it's a large amount. There was a slight loss in that fund during the year, but most of that fund balance in that water fund is comprised of assets. So that's what's driving up that amount. You're looking at about 25.6 million in capital assets. So overall, those are broken out separately compared to your unrestricted funds in your water fund, or your unrestricted equity in your water fund. The sewer fund is kind of the same matter. It's 5.2 invested in capital assets in that fund balance. Of a total fund balance of $6.06 million.
And Andrew, could I have you pause for just 1 second? Could you share with them the unrestricted in water and sewer as well? Because I think that's the important number.
Yep, no problem at all. The unrestricted portion of the water fund right now is just under 2.3 million. And like I said, I'm pretty confident and comfortable with those balances are at right now. That number may slightly decrease or increase based on the final few areas that we have to work on. But you're looking at, like I said, 2.27 million in unrestricted in water. And that takes out all your restricted portion, which is your investments in the water fund, and then the 25.6 million in capital assets in the water fund. As far as the sewer fund goes, the unrestricted portion is quite small, which is 0.3, it's 37,000 And most of that fund balance, like I mentioned, is $5.23 million, which is capital asset. The remaining portion is restricted, the $800,000 restriction in the sewer fund. Did that answer your question, Sean?
Yeah,
Could
so
I
you-
ask
You
something,
said the unrestricted was 37,000?
Yeah.
That's correct, 37,786. That's unrestricted in the sewer fund.
You got a question, Linda?
Yes, Andrew, looking at the unrestricted water, sewer, landfill, and the recycling center, are you telling us we're not going to have to loan from the general fund to cover any of those enterprise funds?
With where everything is at and those balances right now, I don't think that.
That's awesome.
The only thing I think we do need to take into account is oh, sorry. We'll have to take into account FY '21
Right.
and '22 expenses to see if we haven't actually done the we haven't done the transfer
We'll have to
plans yet.
see what 2021 looks like when we get to it, and also, like I mentioned,
Thank
with
you.
the amount of entries that we have had, and the way the combined cash works in your guys' system, when the entries are made in the funds, it kind of elevates that combined cash accordingly. So that could play into a part once we have these entries made of, where those fund balances are at, but I don't expect them to really fluctuate that much.
That's good news. Yeah.
Should pull me over as a feather.
And Drew, what's the unrestricted on the landfill and recycle?
Sure. So the entire fund balance in the recycling fund is unrestricted. So that will be 77,800, around there. It had a slight loss on the year compared to the 2019 audit of about 5,000. But yeah, that entire portion is going to be unrestricted in the recycling fund. There's no capital assets that would take that fund balance and separate it out from unrestricted. And there's no restrictions in that fund. The landfill, the unrestricted portion is about 533,000. And the total fund balance is 613,000, just under that. But 80,000 is capital assets related. And like I mentioned initially, we're at a stage right now where, God has got me pretty much, the remaining pieces that we're waiting on. We're waiting on one or two more things that she's looking for, but I've already begun working on the draft of the report. With it being a first-year audit, I kind of have to build it myself to make sure that everything's pulling in correctly and making sure everything's formatted how we do our reports and our disclosures are reading correctly and pulling in the correct information. So that's a process, but with where everything is right now, I can work through pretty quickly to get that report updated. I'm not too worried about that. My biggest thing was getting the pension adjustments wrapped up today, which I did, and then getting I have to finish booking the capital assets on the governmental activities side, which is full approval. So that doesn't have an effect on any of your general funds, grants, on capital facility tax funds. It's that overall governmental activities, but I still need to get those capital assets into the statements and recorded. Hopefully I'll be wrapping that up tomorrow, and then I can go ahead and move ahead on getting the report done as quickly as possible to get a draft to you guys.
Better than I thought it might be.
Yeah, I mean, with it being a first-year audit, there's always going to be bumps. there's always going to be, trying, especially, and with it being a June 30, 2020 audit, we're a little behind. So it does take some time, make sure the reports are getting pulled as they should and getting things, situated. It did take me a while at the start as I had to work through about 2 years of audit adjustments that weren't showing up in the accounts. So I had to reconcile about 40 pages of entries. But once I was able to get through that, get the balances at a good starting point, then that was very prompt on getting me what I needed. So we're at a point now, like I said, where once this report's rolling and done with, then we can roll right into that 2021 audit. And to be honest with you guys, by the time we get done with that one, we'll probably roll right into the 2022 one. So we're moving along. Now, with that being said, with the we didn't come across anything to where we need to do a single audit for the 2020 audit, a federal program that you can see. We're making sure that is correct. Otherwise, we would need to have federal programs. But we don't think you guys reached that threshold from everything we can see. So we're not super concerned about it for this year's audit. That may be something that takes into play in the 2021 audit. So that will likely be the first thing we look at. Once you guys start getting COVID money and ARP money, or coronavirus relief fund money, so then that goes into play where we might have to start auditing some federal programs, which obviously is a little more work to get that, because that also has to be submitted to the federal audit clearinghouse for the U.S. And that has to coincide with the audit report. So we'll have to do that at the same time, probably with the financial audit to get that going. And I imagine there's a chance that we would have to do the same thing for a federal audit for the 2022 audit too. But we'll see what we get there. Does anybody else have any other questions?
Drew, I just want to thank you. I'm sure everyone wants to thank you.
Yeah, we do.
I've never been so excited to have an audit in my life. And I know you know the situation.
I know John's been asking me for a while, okay, you talked to the board yet? You talked to the board yet? As much as I wanted to make sure we were at a point where I can give you guys some more solid numbers compared to something very, very early on, and it's going to change massively. So I knew this was a good time where we can have this discussion, and hopefully, Sean, whether it's when we finalize the 2020 audit or once we get started on the 2021 audit, me and I know there have been 2 other gentlemen from my team that had come out there to do work, but I'm hoping that myself and that Lonnie Woodley, the managing partner in auditing for our firm, will be able to fly out there and meet with everybody, and we can talk about the reports and address any concerns and make sure that you guys are happy with everything.
That sounds great. Thank you very much. We really appreciate you guys working so hard on our behalf.
Of course. All right, well, unless there's any other questions, I think I'll take calls and I'll let you guys get to it. And, Sean has my email, he has my phone number. Anyone feel free to reach out to me with any other questions or concerns, and I will get you a response as quickly as I can.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, that's a stress relief. Good news, yeah, for sure. All right, next on our agenda is a discussion about the Carbon County Courthouse water taps.
Well, mine isn't going to be here, it's exciting as that. Mr. Jim Pesci couldn't be here tonight, and he kind of brought it up to the city. What they're doing for the county courthouse is they're moving their water taps from Spruce Street to 4th Street. And basically what he wanted to come do is just for transparency and let you guys know they're gonna do the dig on it and do the taps themselves, and they will just want to know what from the city they needed. And I don't feel like we need to charge them any kind of water taps, because we do the water taps when we do them, and since they're having their own company do it, he's just asking our assistance for being at the pipeline, forgot shut-off valves, turn them on, turn them off in case of any kind of emergencies.
Are these the same size taps and all
I
that?
think what he's doing is the water tap is gonna go from a 2-inch to a 3-inch for the courthouse, and then there's the fire suppression tap. So it's gonna be the same thing, but I think the water tap is gonna grow an inch. So I think they're gonna have a 3-inch and a 6-inch.
I think there's quite a bit of difference. Like if I were gonna do a subdivision or whatever, and I got a 2-inch or a 3-inch pipe, it would be quite a bit of difference.
We are gonna meter it. They're putting a bigger meter on so that whatever water they take, they're gonna be metered on. But I did, for transparency, I just wanted to bring it to you guys for discussion.
Those taps got put in when they did Spruce Street. I'm surprised that they're redoing them. They were, by the time we got the box and all that, it was horribly expensive.
Yeah, I guess they're really old and outdated coming into the building on that side. He said it's pretty bad.
Well, not the meters. I was there when they put them in. Come on, man. Of course, that was a while ago. Councilman Weisenberg.
They're doing their own tap on the city's.
Basically, when they come into that size, you have to have a company come out of Casper and do it. It's a tap company. Yeah. So they're going to do all their own excavation and then have the company come in paid for by the county.
Which would, I mean, if the city did it, it'd just be charged back to the county.
Yeah.
At that point in time, correct? So I just want to make sure we're not getting into a situation where some individual thinks that they can go do their own tap.
No.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We allow, it don't matter if it's a government entity in a county or an individual in the county. I don't want to get into a situation where some individual building a house says, I'm going to do my own tap because they're plumbing.
Well, you'd have to call the tap company in at that point. So somebody's going to end up paying for it, but they've decided that they want to go with their own company. And realistically, when we charge a tap fee, that's what it is. Is we either do it in-house or we call that same company and charge them.
So. Yeah. Anybody have any heartburn with this? I don't.
No.
I'm good.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Next thing on the agenda is approval of the payroll. Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to approve the February 13, 2022 through February 26, 2022 payroll register for $241,063.84.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the February 13, 2022 through February 26, 2022 payroll register for the amount of $241,063.84. Is there any discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is accounts payable. Councilman Smith.
I move to approve the accounts payable register for the period of February 17, 2022 to March 7, 2022 in the amount of $426,108.42.
Second.
Been a motion made and seconded to approve accounts payable register for the period of February 17, 2022 to March 7th, 2022 in the amount of $426,108.42. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas.
All right, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is to consider the status of the Rochelle Ranch Golf Course Restaurant concessionaire agreement. I would entertain a motion.
For purpose of discussion, I move to consider status of Rochelle Ranch Golf Course Restaurant Concessionaire Agreement.
Second.
Been a motion made and seconded to consider the status of Rochelle Ranch Golf Course Restaurant Concessionaire Agreement. And for discussion, I'll turn the floor over to Parks and Rec Director Jason Sehorn. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, City Council. So the agenda item before you is, the background or information is that at the March 8th, 2022 special, actually, let me back up. John, I believe, is on the phone. John, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. So at the March 8th, 2022 special council meeting, council came out of executive session with the following action. Direct city attorney and staff to provide a notice of default and opportunity to cure for Sunrise Bagels, Sandwiches, and Wraps, LLC, doing business as Wing and Burger Box, LLC. This notice was delivered in person on March 9th, and we provided time between staff and the concessionaire to answer questions and go through the notice together. So we are asking council to consider the current status of the Rochelle Ranch Golf Course Agreement. I think I'll start. John and Jennifer, the concessionaires, have sent me some emails with their response to the notice of default. So it's their quest to cure those items. So I'd like to cover what we have as of right now. So I received a series of emails on March 11th with attachments, and they were basically photos of documents that they had that they are presenting to staff to let council know how they are on the cure portion of the notice of default. The first one is they did submit a photo of a check in the amount of $400. That's to cover the first 4 months of rent as required in the agreement. So that's in compliance. The next one is that they submitted a copy of their liability insurance. However, it appears that they have not complied with the special requirement of the endorsements as clearly defined in the agreement. One of which is the city of Rollins is not named as an additional insured, which is pretty common practice with agreements such as this and when you require liability insurance. Also, under the description of operations, it only states food truck. So I would want to follow up a little bit on that. I did consult with our city attorney, and she agrees that the submitted liability insurance does not comply with the terms of the agreement nor with the notice to cure. The next one is that they submitted a copy of workers' compensation insurance, and each of these copies you should have in front of you. I should probably have started with that. My apologies. So the workers' compensation insurance, again, it appears that this insurance that they submitted is pending. It states under the bold, or I'm sorry, under the all caps, you'll see that it says your workers' compensation account is currently in pending status until the premium liability is verified. And I checked with Wendy, city attorney, and she verified that the workers' comp form is not adequate to remedy the issue, as it states that it will not go into effect until the form in the picture is returned and processed. And the next one is that so we have not received any information regarding the license from the Department of Agriculture to prepare food for retail use at the golf course restaurant. That's kind of I guess one of the big ones here as well. I did speak with the health inspector earlier today. She presented them with the application, I believe, last Wednesday, and as of, I think, noon today, I talked to her. She had not received any correspondence from the concessionaire since presenting the application to them. Regarding the retail food inspection report you have, I wanted to present this to council because it was emailed to me by the concessionaire. That really doesn't address any of the default items. That simply is an on-site routine inspection held by the health inspector on Thursday, day one of our water crisis. Actually, just so happens to be. So I just forward that to you because it was sent to me via email. Okay, we also discovered today that their sales tax application process, I believe, is not current as of today as well. So I think it might be best if I provide some clarification for council. You're probably aware of this, for members of the public as well, regarding a statement that was submitted by the City of Rollins yesterday evening. So bear with me, I'll read through this. On February 15th, the City of Rollins entered an agreement with Sunrise Bagels, Sandwiches and Wraps, LLC, doing business as Wing and Burger Box, to operate a restaurant and bar at the Rochelle Ranch Golf Course beginning March 1st. This agreement, signed by Mr. Brule, clearly states the concessionaire will obtain proper permits and is familiar with the industry standards. According to Wyoming Statute 35-7-124, anyone who wishes to operate a restaurant must obtain their own food license. Also, food trucks and restaurants have different licensing requirements and cannot be used interchangeably. On March 3rd, the Department of Agriculture Health Inspector performed a routine inspection at the restaurant. There had been no contact between the concessionaire and the health inspector prior to March 3rd. The City of Rollins was notified by the health inspector on March 4th that the concessionaire was out of compliance due to not having their own food license. Upon further investigation, it was determined that the concessionaire was also not in compliance with other parts of the agreement. As the agreement is between the City Council and the concessionaire, action was taken at the next council meeting held on Tuesday, March 8th. Point of reference, in all future agreements, City of Rollins will be more diligent in confirming all necessary paperwork, such as workers' compensation insurance, food licenses, and required liability insurance are in place before granting concessionaire permission to open. And I think it's only fair to mention that what we're asking council, really there's a few options here for council this evening. One is to extend the 5-day notice of default, which I believe expired yesterday, to give the restaurant an additional opportunity to cure regarding the liability insurance, the food license, and the workers' comp, as well as the sales tax. I should add, if it is council's wish to extend the notice of default, another 5 days or another 10 days won't really do any good. I would recommend that the council consider extending 30 days, because that's likely what might take, how long it might take for them to get their food license. The other option would be to determine the concessionaire has not cured items, as I mentioned earlier, and in the notice of default, and to terminate the agreement. And I'd be happy to answer any questions, and at any point, I think John's on the phone as well if you had any questions for concessionaire.
Councilman Garner?
I have a question. John, can you hear me?
I can, yes, I'm sorry about that.
Okay. My question is, I was just curious, since we had our meeting last week, why haven't you applied for the license?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Is it the phone I need to talk
Just talk a little louder.
Last week when we had our discussion about the license that you need, I'm curious why you haven't applied for that license in the last 7 days.
Yes, sir. That's for the health license, right?
Yes.
On the health license, we were going off of with the liquor license, we took it, as the building already had health license, and we were already working off of the liquor license of the city. I guess that would be the main thing, that we were going out for that. We didn't need to do a liquor license, so we went for it, and the health license was already in place. We did, ask, a couple of staff if we needed, any other license, and they mentioned to us and told us that no, the city has license in place.
I'll try to clear up my question. I'm just talking about, since you were notified that you need this health license to be in compliance, why haven't you applied since you've been notified?
No, understand that. So we did print out the application for the health license. We have been working on it. I mentioned to Jason earlier today that we were in the process of filling out the application, and I also mentioned Jason earlier that we needed the city's help with some of the information for the application, as in the appliances, the equipment, measurements of the building, some stuff that we just didn't know.
Thank you.
John, this is Terry. I'm the mayor. I talked to you the other day. I got to tell you, I after our visit the other day, I can't believe you have not applied for or did whatever you needed to do to apply for this health license. It was made very clear to you that day that the one the city had could not be used by you, and it worries me that you haven't done anything about that, and you haven't applied for a sales tax license. It appears you haven't really done much to cure the default. I don't know what to think about that, to be honest with you.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. We have, when we come into as a commissary, we have already in place, and I spoke with Tammy Wick at the sales tax division of Crawford County earlier today, and being that we're technically working under Sunrise Bagels and Wing and Burger Box, we already have a sales tax number, and that sales tax number rolls over with any other place that we go in.
John, this is Lynn Shearer, I'm the clerk. I've been talking to Tammy because she approached me. She said that you need to get a new one because you have, what you currently have, one is in Rock Springs, and it also is associated with food trucks. And food trucks and a restaurant are two separate, and we're also in Carbon County. So you have to apply for a separate one. I do have that as an email confirmation from her today. Or yesterday, I can't remember.
I just want to mention, I did speak with Tammy, and earlier today, I don't know when last time you might have spoke with her, and then I took it upon myself to call Cheyenne, and they did verify that I do not have to apply for another sales tax license, as we already have one. And that was coming from Miss Donna, which is the supervisor over in Cheyenne at the office.
Is there anything else anybody wants to ask? John?
I would,
Councilman Smith?
yeah,
Mr. Mayor and Councilman, if I
could I just ask you some question, John?
delay in the talking, I do apologize. I do want to mention that far as the workman's comp and unemployment insurance goes,
the workman's comp is impending. We mailed off paperwork. They haven't updated their website yet. We've been checking back and forth with that. And the unemployment license, in the state of Wyoming, they file together. So as soon as they update their website online, we will be able to provide a good standing, and it will be out a pending process on them to. And for it, I just want to mention also, I talked to Mikhail and I talked to Eric and Justin over at the Health Department, Agriculture in Cheyenne, and they did inform to us that the new application, when they receive it, it will take it, well, we were told minimum 2 weeks, but it could take up to 30 days. I do want to, the first couple of days that when the restaurant was open, it done really well. If we would have knew 100% on our end, this is a learning process, of any government building, restaurant, or et cetera. It's a learning process, and we do hope that you guys will grant us, at least 30 days to cure the health license. We are working on it, and I did mention, I did talk to Jason earlier on the phone. So we are working back and forth with Jason, and I mentioned earlier we're in the process of application. I needed his help, and he did ask me to send him an email to request the city to help with some of the information. So we'll get him the email over later tonight or tomorrow, as long as you guys will grant us an extension on this. This is the only thing. Except for insurance, I will call them and make sure that City of Rollins does get added on there, and they do add on the bottom of the restaurant. We are working very hard on this, and we do hope you guys do consider an extension.
John, it's Linda Smith, councilperson. I'm sitting on the fence. I don't know whether to give you an extension or to terminate this contract. And so I need to be blunt about that. But I want to know if this council is benevolent and grants you any extended time to remedy your non-compliance issues with the contract. What assurances will you give to us that you will comply with all state and local laws, ordinances, and also when building inspectors and or licensing individuals come to your establishment, that you're not going to be running after them and yelling at them in the parking lot? I need to know that if we do something, go out on a limb for you, that we're not going to have any future problems. What can you tell me? Do you folks still want to do this?
Yes, ma'am, we do. And I mentioned to Jason earlier that my intention, if you guys grant the extension, that we will stay in contact with the council and the mayor. We'll come to a later date. I was looking, I think it's in April or something. Sorry, I should have wrote that down. We will come in with an update as soon as we receive it. We just ask, our employees that we had, that they are at home. They do have little kids, children, and we're trying our best. And We do apologize.
Vice Mayor Wells.
I, like Linda Smith, am also on the fence on this one, John. And I do have concerns with how you've portrayed this on social media. I just want to throw that out there as well.
On that, when we didn't know anything that Bigfoot News had did a report on it. One of our employees sent us a picture, and there was questions, and people were asking questions, and I came back and, we didn't know about the health license. All truthfulness, we really, really didn't. And we did tell the public, that we wasn't told about the health license. We asked, a couple of staff, and they did tell us we didn't need any license besides a business license, and that's what we were going off of. I do want to say, after talking to one of the guys on Facebook, we did stop commenting, we did stop replying, and from deep in my heart, I do want to say I apologize to the city of Rawlins for responding and answering questions of the community when they were asking. I do want to say we apologize.
John, I'm not concerned with voicing your opinion on social media, but this is a relationship, and relationships are built on trust. And when you haven't complied with a single thing that we've asked, plus you've made it look like we were the ones that betrayed you, when clearly our contract states otherwise, it does frustrate me a great deal. I'm going to leave it at that.
If you don't mind, I would say one thing. On the contract, being, we're new coming in, we should have read the contract. I don't want to say that. We did read the contract. We had so much going on and so much overwhelmed that was happening. It was simple things. It was copies of workman's comp, copies of unemployment insurance, the $400. We were on the understanding that that was $100 a month, and now that we see it, I guess we must have overlooked it, or we were going off of $100 per month. We didn't know that was due all at once, the whole $400. I want to say these are all little simple things that copies of things, and the health insurance. With being in the restaurant, I should have knew. With doing this for many years, I should have knew that there was other license required, and I should have took other steps. And I do apologize. I don't know, how else to prove to you guys besides give us a chance. I know you guys gave us one chance, but we turned in paperwork, copies of stuff that was, could be done immediately. The only thing that, is taking a lot of time is the health license.
John, this is Terry, Mayor Wycombe. We met the other day, and I and if you were fuzzy before that, there's no way you could have left that meeting without understanding what was expected of you. We went down item by item on what was expected of you, and you haven't done any of it, John. And you gave us a copy of something that isn't complete. You haven't paid your sales tax. We're not in possession of the $400. You are. I got to tell you, I'm kind of offended at the fact you're saying, well, we didn't, you knew. When we met 5 or 6 days ago, it was made very clear from me and from Jason what was expected of you. And I really thought you'd do some of it, but you didn't. So I don't know what to tell you.
Mayor?
Councilman Smith?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I just want to mention, if I can, please, I just want to mention that as far as the sales tax, my sales tax, they've been paid. They're with Carbon County. I've got a printout that we paid sales tax. As far as the restaurant, this month isn't due until the end of the month. We have been filing taxes under our the sales tax. They have been paid. I don't understand where the we gave Jason proof of we filed for workman's comp. We've provided copies of the unemployment. I can't speed that up. I mean, we gave them all that we could.
John, let me interrupt you.
The health license.
Yeah, John, let me interrupt you. This is Linda Smith. When you brought the proposal to the city of Rollins, we bent over backwards doing something to do stimulus of economic development and also to fill the restaurant or to provide services at our restaurant at Rochelle Ranch. But what I have to say to you is this. Whenever you start off and have a contract that goes south like this from the very beginning, the relationship is tarnished and the relationship trust is broken. And I don't know, it's been my experience for years and years of working through different contracts all over the place with different things, is that once it starts to go south, it's not going to get any better. And I don't think you guys want to have to put any more money and any more time into something that may not work out for you. You need to consider that.
Mr. If I could say that, you know, when we were over there, we paid for motels every night we were there. We bought over $5,000 in food. We've worked on menus with Miss McKell. We had to update it, put a consumer health on the bottom of the menus. There's many of nights that I went back to the restaurant after dropping my wife off and kids at the motel, that I went back to the restaurant and I went over things. There was times I didn't make it back to the motel until 2, 3 in the morning. We've worked so hard, a lot of hours, many hours, and a lot of money. And we've sent over stuff. And Mr. Mayor, we have, you know, I've worked when we left that meeting. I got a hold of McKell. I printed off the application. I've been filling out the application. I've been in contact with Jason. And the only thing that is left to do out of all of these defaults, the only thing that's left to do is, one, hand you guys a $400 check. Number 2 is, now that I'm just finding out, you know, that, not finding out, but I spoke with Jason earlier, and he was supposed to call me back earlier after he spoke with the attorney and about the insurance. If it has to say restaurant on the bottom, and if it has to be clear up top that says City of Rollins. And so that's the other one, and the main last one to get completed is a health license. And that's the one that's, that's kind of got us held up. And we were told 2 weeks minimum up to 30 days to complete.
Mayor?
I understand you guys, that we didn't provide these copies to you guys, and I do apologize.
Mayor?
As soon as we get the other out of pending status with the state of Wyoming on the workman's comp, we can provide that to you guys.
Yeah, John, let me interrupt you again.
Giving you guys everything that we have right now.
John, let me interrupt you again, please.
It's gonna show unfinished because
John?
things take time to
John?
show up.
John?
We're just going around in
Councilman
circles.
Smith wants to say something.
Okay, here's what I just realized. This is a contract. And when you have a contract, you have consideration that you have to pay. That $400 is a contract to make that contract a legal contract. We do not have a legal contract because we do not have that $400 in our hands. So this whole thing is moot. It's done. Correct?
The only thing,
Not a
the only,
contract, John. Anymore.
about the, sorry it's echoing, the only thing about the $400, we were coming over there to be in person, but we couldn't make it. We wouldn't have been there until probably 8:30. I understand it's, almost 9 or roughly 9 now, but we would have missed the meeting. That's why we did it online. And I sent Jason a copy of the check. It is written out to City of Rollins. We're just not there in person to hand it over.
So it's not been received.
And I do understand where you're coming from. If not, you guys don't have it wrote down.
All right, so at this point in time, I think we've discussed everything we can discuss. We're repeating ourselves. If somebody has something brand new to say, I'll listen to it. Other than that, I think we've heard about everything. So if you would like to say something, I'd be more than happy to listen.
I would just like to clarify what Councilwoman Smith stated. This was purported to be executed on the 15th of February, and the only thing of value that the city would have gotten out of this at the very beginning was the $400 fee, and according to the usage fee statement that he would, that would be due upon execution of this agreement, which again was on February 15th. Without the city having gotten that consideration and value, this contract was basically invalid from the beginning because Mr. Dole did not actually pay what he was agreed to pay, so this did not technically execute.
Thank you.
So, if there's nothing else to say, I guess we vote. Or was,
We'll consider status. The
Just
motion.
considering the status.
Councilman Weisenberg.
I have a question on the legal side of things. So if council would decide to continue this and with this gentleman, because I'm all for economic development. I want everybody here to understand and know that. I don't want to see a business fail by no means. It seems like this individual has a successful food truck, and I think it could be a successful addition also at the restaurant. I'll be honest with you guys. That's how I feel. No one's going to change my mind on that, but I want to know, since that was not paid. If council's pleasure would be to allow them to pay the 400, would that start the contract from that day or this day forward when the money would be delivered?
My recommendation would be, based on the misunderstandings that have happened thus far, that a brand-new contract be drawn up with more specific details, with more communication, and have a completely different execution date and start from scratch.
I appreciate that, because my understanding is others have operated on a city license. It's not fair to say anything to one individual and have a double standard put on anybody, or a different standard, right? It's an equal and fair standard across the board is what we're looking for here, and if one individual is allowed to operate, we shouldn't be screaming about another individual operating on that. I understand becoming in compliance, and everything with all the other stuff too. But I just want everybody to understand and know that I am also on the fence with this too, so.
Well, I got to tell you, Councilman Weisenberg, if it was that one thing, that might be different. But it's everything. Every single thing that was supposed to be done was not done. And I'm not gonna, I mean, we didn't get the money. We didn't get the right licenses.
So why do we, and I'll argue this, hold on one sec, because I
Because we
want to
did
say
it wrong, if we did it wrong in the past, we should continue to do it wrong.
No, I'm not saying continue to do it wrong. I'm saying we help an individual for economic development and economic growth in our community. That's what we do, and I'll stand on the principles of that no matter what anybody else says. I'm going to say this. Yes, there's multiple things done wrong, but I'm going to say this at the same time, other individuals could have helped make someone understand the proper licensing and stuff needed if the problems that arose needed to be solved in that aspect of things. Maybe the individual, it's obviously clear, John don't understand the sales tax issue, right? He is being told multiple things. We don't know what he's being told. Honestly, we have to go off of his word, off of our clerk's word, right? To say it's conflicting message. So all in all, we don't want to stop economic development in our community, no matter what. We just need to make it right, help individuals come to our community and be able to be successful in any business, not just a restaurant business, any business.
Well, what I have to say about that is, first of all, the health department will not let him operate that kitchen under our license. That's an absolute 100% proven fact. The next thing of it is it's not necessarily our job to teach this guy how to run a business. If he doesn't know what licenses he needs, and especially when he was set and told exactly what he needed, and now we're 6 days later and he hasn't done anything, I don't think that's us being uncooperative. I think that's us being, taken advantage of. And I'm gonna stop right there.
Mayor, a point of order, I guess.
Mr. Mayor.
You don't have the floor. Councilman Smith has it. Hang on.
Our motion was to consider this, but we need to probably amend this motion for some kind of action. Is that what we need to do? Okay.
I made the motion, right?
You can.
I did. I'll amend the original motion to terminate the contract with Sunrise Bagel Sandwiches and Wraps LLC, doing business as Wing and Burger Box LLC.
Second.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, just for clarification, it's an agreement and not a contract.
Okay, agreement. Thank you.
Okay, there's been a motion made and seconded to terminate the agreement between the city of Rollins and the Bagels and Wrap, let's see, Sunrise Bagels, Sandwich and Wraps LLC, DBA Wings and Burger Box LLC. Is there any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Okay, online voting is open. Okay, online voting has closed. The motion passes with 5 yeas and 1 nay. The 1 nay was Councilmember Weisenberg.
All right, thank you. Okay, so the next thing on our agenda, oh, yes.
Since the contract has, the agreement has been vacated, there is a liquidation clause. If we were to terminate the agreement, the city council does have the option to seek liquidated damages per that clause. However, it is my recommendation that the council choose to simply vacate the contract and not seek liquidated damages.
I agree.
My only concern is for the people to be able to get their stuff out, and that our staff are safe while doing that.
They have an additional 3 days from the date of notification of termination to be able to do that, and then everything is finished, so they have 3 more days to remove everything and to clear.
We have measures in place now to when they are here, and so we make sure that's done. Yeah, that's, I mean, every time. If they got 3 days, they got 3 days. Do we have staff available at that point in time? Sean, that we can.
Jason, we're just visiting, we'll reach out to them via text or whatever to coordinate a time to take it. Get what they have.
I did stay in communication with John as requested by Mayor Wycombe so that we weren't stopping any process. And he did indicate, I believe it was today, that if council did not continue the agreement, if it was terminated, that I believe he mentioned he would be here tomorrow. So I can reach out to him and make arrangements.
Yeah, I just want to verify that the staff will be safe. Thank you.
All right, are we ready to move on? Everybody set? Okay, so the next thing on our agenda is abandonment of a water line.
We took F and G off.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
F and G now.
Okay,
F and G.
okay, so we're to H.
H, yeah.
All right. Let's see. I would entertain a motion. Vice Mayor Wells, just both hands, man.
I move to approve location and expenditures for skate park development at Key Club Park Tennis Courts as Phase 1.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve location and expenditures for skate park development at Key Club Park Tennis Courts as Phase 1. Is there any discussion?
Honorable Mayor and Council. I think Myra's going to try to help pull up a few items here in a few moments, but the subject, as you mentioned, is approve a location and expenditures for skate park development at Key Club Park as Phase 1 for the project. And I want to go into a little bit of a detail. I won't take too much time. The City Council allocated $70,000 to go towards the development of a skate park in Rollins. This is from general fund reserves, and immediately our staff started a process of gathering community input. We did so January 11th. We held a meeting with middle school students at the recreation center. We fed them pizza, so we had pretty good attendance, and great ideas, great input on design and what type of skate park they would like to see. January 13th, we had a town hall skate park meeting at the recreation center that also had very good attendance with adults and youth, with more great ideas, more discussion on what type of skate park features they would like to see at a skate park here. Then February 14th, we actually directly went to the Rollins Middle School. And thank you, Councilman Garner. That was, I believe, one of your ideas. And so we went directly to the school. And Myra, I don't know if you can open the last item there, the RMS.
Is it attached as a Word document?
Looks like you got every document attached.
Anyways, we reached nearly 200 middle school students by going directly to the school. There's a couple photos if you go down, and what we did was throughout the process of these meetings, there was an idea of the bottom, and you'll see a better photo in a few moments, but if you see the bottom with all the dots on it, that was originally what the teens asked us for. Like, we love this design, that's what we'd love to see for a phase 1 at the park. But they also mentioned they'd like to see bowls. So in our phase 1 is above ground, so it's not concrete bowls. That's where you get into a lot of money. So we said, all right, let's see what we can do. So we contracted skate park company and said, hey, what can we do if we get the bowls? So that top photo is what our $70,000 gets us to include a quarter bowl. So we went back to the students and said, okay, here's what it is. Here's the reality of the funding that we have to get something built now. What are your thoughts? And the one on the left is 6th graders, and then the other one is 7th graders, and if you scroll down, there's 8th graders. You could see that it was very clear what they wanted. They wanted a little bit more. They weren't too concerned with the quarter bowl. One other thing we shared with them that to help them understand is the attachment. I asked a skate park company to take what the teens had asked us for phase 1, and let's consider building a skate park in, let's say, 4 phases. I have some experience in a community that tried to build a skate park in one phase, one giant $650,000 phase, and 30 years later they still don't have a skate park. So we talked to them, and the teens were on board. They said, let's start small. If we have money now, let's spend it now. So in this photo, if you look at kind of the brownish color that's above the orange, that's the phase 1 that the teens have chosen to do. What I asked the skate park company is, let's look at conceptual ideas of phase 2, 3, and 4. And so phase 2 is the orange. So let me back up. The brown color would be $70,000 that the city has right now. The orange would cost an additional $80,000, which would sort of have the above ground features come together nicely. One important part of developing a skate park is flow. And so that kind of continues and finalizes the flow for that area. What we really wanted the teens and council to know and the public to know, when we go into building a phase 3 or 4 and we want to go into concrete bowls and things like that, you're talking earthwork, you're talking drainage, you're talking engineers, you're talking architects, you're talking a lot more funding than just taking a level concrete surface and putting above ground features. So for example, the blue area is a potential phase 3, which would be $250,000. So you can see the cost goes up quite a bit. And then at the top there, the yellow area would be phase 4. And this is not going to the community, seeing what they want. This just gives you an idea of what an entire skate park might cost. And I feel sort of justifies trying to build a park in phases so that we're not waiting forever for these kids to have somewhere to skate. So phase 4 in this situation would be $280,000. Those numbers could easily double if you complete the bowls and do a little bit more. So the teens, after seeing this, were very much on board with, let's start with a phase 1, let's get above ground skate park going. I want to point out that some of the feedback we received in all of the meetings was, we live in Rollins, what about an indoor skate park? So we don't want to move forward with and put any of these ideas aside. When we talk to the kids, it's like, you're talking to Santa Claus, ask for everything you can possibly ask for, because that's where we get these ideas generated, and that's where we can make good decisions, even if some of them are out of reach, you might say. But I believe that if we started with a phase 1, 2, and 3, phase 4 or 5 down the road could be to build some structure around this park so that it is indoor. That's a pretty big cost, but it's something that can be on our radar. I want to add that our school resource officer, Sergeant Robertson, had great things to say about this. Other members that participated in the town hall meetings did as well. We were looking at a phase 1, the reality that we have $70,000, and it sounds like we have community members that want to help, which I believe we will need that help, because we don't know yet. We should have the quote or the estimate within a week. There is some concrete work that needs to be done depending on the location council chooses to build this park. We don't want to utilize community donations for concrete work. That's boring. Nobody wants to pay for that. We want to use a portion of the city's $70,000. So that brings us down below where we need to be. So we will be reaching out to community members to try to help us that little bit to get us over that, so that they can help buy this equipment, and then the city's funding can go towards the concrete. So what came up of these meetings was across the street from the recreation center. What a great location would that be? And we're like, you're right. And it started with, I think, Sergeant Robertson, and then it spread throughout that meeting, and then the next meeting, and we're looking at it like we have the baseball fields already. We have the outdoor skate rink right there. And we could have a skate park right there. There's talk about BMX track that could go down there, down the road. And so what our thought is, phase 2 could really be building a foundation or a slab across the street from the recreation center. We already have parking there, so that's great. Build a slab so that part of phase 2 would be funding to build a slab, and then moving that equipment from what we're asking council to approve is Key Club Park, move that equipment over to across the street from the rec center on that slab. That could be phase 2. I want to point out what that does is that puts us right back to where we are right now today with Key Club Park. And the reality is Key Club Park is non-playable for tennis courts, the same as Washington Park. We have a grant. We have a grant from 2016 that we haven't spent the money. So that is like on our top radar to get out to bids. We couldn't really do it in the wintertime. So we're, as early as we can, we want to go out to bid. If council approves building the phase 1 skate park at Key Club Park, we want to go after Washington Park tennis courts, fix those tennis courts, make them playable. I should point out I have talked to the athletic director from the high school. My concern was, hey, what's going to happen if we go from 4 tennis courts to 2 tennis courts? And again, this could be temporary, because once we move the park to phase 2, we could, as a council, you could come back to Parks and Rec and say, you know what, let's find funding to improve those tennis courts. So that's not off the table. But we want to do the grant funding to improve the tennis courts at Washington Park, because that grant from 2016 was going to cover both Washington Park and Key Club Park. That funding will not resurface both those courts. And I should add that those courts, that grant was to put a carpet surface, what's in there now, which really is not the most ideal type of tennis court surface. I played a lot of tennis in high school and college. And the funding doesn't stretch as far when you redo the surfacing. So, and back to the high school, they said really they don't need City of Rollins tennis courts. They said it's a benefit and it's nice because it shortens their days sometimes. And they said 1 location, 2 courts would be fine, and they would bus anyway, so either location would work for the high school. And I think Councilman Weisenberg had asked me to follow up with that, so I appreciate that. That said, I think, let me just kind of skim through my notes. I kind of just went with it, I guess. And I think I kind of covered everything. And at the end of the day, what we're asking council is, 1, to spend that $70,000 on a phase 1 skate park. And number 2, identify Key Club Park tennis courts as the location for the skate park. The good news about this is I really do believe if we go this direction, that our kids and adults skates too, and it's also a great spectator sport, could be skating this summer. And I wanted to also point out the design we came up with is not just for skateboards, it's for, I think they call it roller sports now, but rollerblades, BMX bikes, all that. It's designed for all that. It's not, in my experience, in the 90s was the first time I worked on a skate park, and it was like, it was either a skate park or a bike park. There wasn't really a combination. That's changed, thankfully. So I'd be happy to answer any questions in case I might have missed anything, or if I can clarify anything.
Councilman Weisenberg.
So I did some research on this, and so everybody knows, I made a phone call because I know of a community, and Linda knows of a community at the same time, that developed a skate park, okay? So I am a firm believer in, I'd like to have it across the street. And I understand you're from the rec center. I understand phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. So during my talks with this city manager out of Lewistown, Montana, I asked about that, and they did that exact thing. This is my concerns and worries, okay? When talking to this gal about this stuff, they put it originally on, in a situation like you're talking and discussing with the Key Club Park tennis courts, right? The problem that they had after resurfacing and everything else of that stuff to make it fit for a skate park, they still had a bunch of liability issues. It didn't hold up for what they were doing, and it was just kind of one of those things that individual said, I would not do that. They had several liabilities from resurfacing and doing that, a lot of liability claims on that. That's what worries me about putting it down there at this point in time. And then I did bring up the idea of, okay, transferring the equipment over too, right? And that was when I brought that up, she had actually said, the same issues happen there. So it's just a concern. I want to get it done. I want to do it right. I want to limit the liabilities on the city, at the same time. So I just want people to understand and the concerns that I have with that after doing the homework with that community.
What was the issue with the surface, if I could? Was it also a tennis court, or?
I don't know if it was a tennis court. It was of such, is what she had said. And it was just failing infrastructure on that part of stuff, right? Even after doing a bunch of work to it. So she had actually recommended just start from scratch, fresh. You'll get more bang for your buck in the scheme of things, reduce liabilities and everything else on that. So I just want everybody to understand that's kind of, where I stand with it. I'd love to just start fresh, and I get it. We want to get it done for the community, but we also want to do something right at the same time.
So in the last several months, I've visited several skate parks. There's one in Wamsutter. When we went to the WAM conference, I went to the one in Cheyenne. I've gone to the one in Casper. The one in Cheyenne is giant. But one thing I noticed is, it's built on concrete. It's been there a while, and it's not like this perfectly smooth surface. There's cracks and there's all kinds of stuff in there. When I inspected our tennis courts, it's a good, thick, good sized slab. I think it's certainly capable of holding these above ground features, because they're basically, anchored into the concrete. We do have to make there was some repair work made, some patch work, if you will, on some of the tennis court areas. They're not very large areas, but we're going to have to cut out a few squares here and there and then fill it in with concrete. So I don't think it's going to be a lot of money to do that, but I hear what you're saying. I'd be curious to hear what their issue specifically with their surface was. If it was maybe, I don't know. I would, what was the town again, or the city?
Lewistown, Montana.
I'm going to jump in here. Jason, it's in Lewistown, Montana. I think that the problem was, I'm from there when I was very young. That was the site of an old swimming pool area, I believe. And therefore, and it's on part of a park. So I think that's probably the issue is built around or using some of the concrete from that old swimming pool.
And that's a proven fact. In the 90s, there was a lot of proposition funding through the state of California. Every city built skate parks, but they utilized swimming pool contractors to build their parks. 10, 15, 20 years later, they were rebuilding their parks.
The point I'd like to stress here is, I'd like to have a skate park next year, not someday. And if we're gonna do it, I think we need to do it at the Key Club Park. I think it'll be fine. I also know that when you repurpose anything, I don't care whether it's cement or whatever, there could be an issue or whatever. But to be honest with you, we've got an excitement level in our town we need to maintain. And I think building this, if we can have this done next year, that will be worth the risk we would be taking. That's just my view.
I'll get you some information too. I forgot it at home, but there's a group that, and if you get into a conversation or call the city manager there, because she was going to forward some more information and never got it to me, but they actually had, I can't remember the individual, but it was a singer in a band, you know, that they actually travel around and they build these skate parks for people too.
Pearl Jam.
And
I believe it's
exactly.
Pearl Jam.
So, and they go and visit and do lessons for anybody and everybody that's there and put on a show, right? And it might, because I think it's a drummer or something that's from that area, or from Montana, and that they do it primarily up there, but it'd be worth looking into.
We're out in the weeds, man. It's getting late. I have nothing further to say. I've asked for a vote. If no one objects.
Everybody good? Open online voting. Please, thank you.
Online voting is open.
It's working.
Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas.
Thank you. The next thing on our agenda is to approve a FEMA floodplain professional.
I move to approve the professional services agreement with Engineers and Associates for the FEMA floodplain study. Work includes survey of the Hogback Lake and diversion structure.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the professional services agreement with Engineers and Associates for the FEMA floodplain study. Work includes study of the Hogback Lake and diversion structure. And for discussion, Austin?
Yes, Honorable Mayor, Council, looking at this current agenda item to approve the FEMA floodplain professional services contract amendment. We currently have a contract with Engineers and Associates for working on the FEMA floodplain, and this would be an amendment to that contract. So, some background: FEMA identified the southern area of town as a potential flood risk. Engineering Associates has determined that the Hogback Lake was not taken into account by the FEMA floodplain model, including the Hogback Lake in the model under the LOMAR will substantially, if not completely, eliminate the flood risk as shown in the current model. So we'll need a budget amendment for this item to be carried forward. I believe that's the next item. And the tasks that will be included in this proposed amendment are to determine the drainage basin and the flood flows, analyze existing drainage structures, systems, retention basins, do a site survey, drone flight and aerial mapping, flood routing and modeling, grant application assistance, letter of map revision, the Hogback Lake Facilities FEMA compliance assistance, and the Hogback Lake Facilities Earth and Dam Structural Stability Analysis. So by allowing Engineering Associates to perform the stability analysis of the Hogback Lake diversion structure, performing field survey and preparing a model to be submitted to FEMA, the City of Rawlins residents may be may not be financially impacted by flood insurance costs. Failure of the city to act in the best interest of the residents will cause financial impact on them. And so my recommendation is that we move forward with the task order amendment number 1 for $84,000. There's a lot of work involved with this. One thing is that the Hogback Lake diversion structure, excuse me, is located on private property. We would need to obtain a temporary, actually a permanent easement on the property to be able to perform work to maintain that structure to reduce the likelihood of, to reduce the flood risk to the town.
Real quick,
Yes.
I just want to say thank you. That is awesome news.
Oh, good. Yeah, it is. This is
Yeah,
a very
it's
scary
huge.
thing for those of us that live very close to where they're saying we'd have to buy flood insurance. It's a relief to know that we might not have to, so.
Well, that was under the direction of Sean Metcalf, working on getting Engineers Associates on board, and he picked the right people to help us out. So.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
All right, so we have a motion, we have a second, we have an explanation. Are we ready to vote?
Yep.
Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. The next thing on our agenda is Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to approve resolution amending the fiscal year 2021-2022 budget amendments as presented in the attached 2022-24 resolution for budget amendments.
Been a motion made and seconded to approve a resolution amending the fiscal year 2021-2022 budget amendments as presented in the attached 2022-24 resolution for budget amendments. Is there any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas.
Thank you. The next thing on our agenda is to appoint a public records person, Vice Mayor Wells.
I move to appoint Gwendolyn R. Wade, City Attorney, as public records person for the City of Rawlins, Carbon County, Wyoming, effective March 15, 2022, per requirements of Wyoming Statute 164202E.
Second.
Been a motion made and seconded to appoint Gwendolyn R. Wade, City Attorney, as public records person for the City of Rawlins, Carbon County, Wyoming, effective March 15, 2022, per the requirements of Wyoming Statute 164202E. Is there any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas.
Thank you.
Oh.
Councilman Garner.
I move to approve the first reading and waive the reading of the ordinance to amend the voting ward boundaries to reflect the 2020 census population shifts.
Second.
Been a motion made and seconded to approve the first reading and waive the reading of the ordinance to amend the voting ward boundaries to reflect the 2020 census population shifts. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, please open online voting.
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas.
Thank you. Next thing on our agenda is Councilman Smith.
Thank you. Anyway, I move to go into executive session at 10:44 PM pursuant to Wyoming Statute 16-44059 and 7, to consider or receive any information classified as confidential by law, to consider the selection of a site or the purchase of real estate when the publicity regarding the consideration would cause a likelihood of an increase in price.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to enter into an executive session at 10:44 PM per Wyoming Statute 16-405, number 9 and 8, I guess. 7, to consider or receive any information classified as confidential by law, to consider the selection of a site or purchase of real estate when the publicity regarding the consideration would cause a likelihood of an increase in price. Is there any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is open.
I will vote yes as I restarted and updated.
Thank you.
Ooh, bathroom.
Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 6 days.
Now we can go.
11:15?
Yeah, I did.
Right? Oh, you're winning right now.
Now we can have a real vote at 12:15.
No, you're not.
No, you're not.
No.
Just. Because that's where they're.
Yeah, wait, you're
I didn't know that. But obviously. I just fact. Yeah.
I'm lucky to sign that. I do not have to sign this. It's under.
They lost by 6. Yeah, they lost by 6.
But in the talks about the signatures on the plat, it's not.
Absolutely, but it's listed as one of the, it's in the ordinance, it's listed as one of the verbiage.
Really?
Yes.
Like, it was in the wrong place.
Yes, there's 2 places.
Or get Carl to sign.
Or just mark it in the sanction. We will mark it down.
Because.
So.
Right, there's 2 sections, and then in the area on the side of spot here.
That's why.
So what we do is we mark
I mean, that's fine.
Appreciate that, though.
So we have an easement that has to go with us.
Right, I don't want to record it until, but I'm gonna say that you have signatures, and correct me if I'm wrong, you record it in sequence, but you can't award easement until you have dedication. So we need to get this recorded first,
Yeah.
and then have them record the easement.
And do like, and you'll have the very good.
Right. So I would suggest that we record this first, and I can obviously get you all the dates and we can do that on Thursday.
Because I need the mayor to sign it.
No, it's, the last, Well, sorry, yeah. And do you usually go see them? Yeah. Are they going down? I just need to know what's going on. Okay, great, thank you.
Just for, yeah, prevent from getting into that is tacos and burritos in the basement.
Well, then you better go get them out. I don't know. I think it's already too late. Or sealed.
I think all the VAPS thing is already done, so.
I think if you knock on the door, they will. I think it's time to go home.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks, Luke.
Thank you.
Would you, I assume, but, you'll be in touch with Elliot about.
Yes, I'll be.
This video
Oh, okay.
file.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Because we haven't got the easement yet.
Yeah.
But this section needs to be recorded first.
Yep.
So I will, and I'll keep you in the loop as well.
Yeah, just keep, because.
I'll keep you guys in the loop too, so I know.
I know he's itching to, this has to be done. He can take his next steps, so.
I will see you tomorrow morning.
On Thursday morning, and,
Thursday morning.
okay, and I'll come find you first before I record this. And when you say yes, I will take it down and record it. Perfect. So,
Okay.
unless you tell me no, I won't.
Okay. All right.
Thank you very much for your help.
Thank you. Thank you so much for everything. Have a great evening.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. I gotta make a note that, when he went in, Kathy, and Sean. And, no, she was, she was still there. Was she still here? But I didn't see her go. That's right. Yeah, she could have chocolate. She wanted to pass it around to everybody. I was like, no, I want it for the council and us. I'm not gonna pass it around to everybody. But you have to sometimes make it. That was the same thing with water. Since that's water for everything. Always be. We cannot. We can now, because we have 90,000 cases. Yeah, but we have here in the city, only in here in this building. The case, a couple cases got let down, so 89 people walk by it to get rid of them. So I've got to get it upstairs so nobody sees it. Those other cases, those flags are to go to other people, other things. It's not the city's water. It is the city's water. Is it? I mean, but I thought some of it's going to the high school. If the stuff has already gone to the schools, that's gone to the schools. Oh, okay. So whatever we have left, which is like 37 pounds of water, is the city's. And we need to decide what to do with that now, but it is the city's water. So. But it doesn't belong to Lynchburg, and it doesn't belong to. It doesn't belong to the audience. No, they can bring their. The city decides to. Right, the people can bring their own. I do this with council. Work for our employees, or just, but they come here, they can. And I did not have any more. No, that's what Dad has told me to do. I said, well, they told me when I first started, just go ahead and buy it. You know, expense it to the city. And I was like, and Bev goes, Lynn, just do it. Yes. I still have. They requested, so they